Sometimes I got this feeling. Sometimes I got this feeling. Sometimes I got this feeling. Sometimes I got this feeling.
Hello everyone. The Trusting Disruption stage will begin in 5 minutes. Hello, everyone. The program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Please welcome Margot Avedisian.
Hello, everybody. Queen of Bitcoin. I don't have that much Bitcoin. Please don't kidnap me. So raise your hand if this is the first time you've worn pants since the pandemic. We're getting back to normal here with all the conferences and things like that, so really exciting. This stage is sponsored by Deltec. Deltec is a leading bank for innovation. They've been banking crypto companies before anyone else has been. They're really about innovation. They helped make Bahamas what it is, which is a crypto hub. So they're here. We have a lot of fun surprises. Back in the table, there are cards that you can pick up, and there's a QR code, and you can win an NFT. And we have some other amazing prizes too that throughout this, I'll be getting into more details with. So this is kind of like the Oprah show for NFTs. You get an NFT, you get an NFT, you get an NFT. So tell your friends, this is gonna be the most exciting stage here, mostly because they said I could do whatever I want. So we're gonna get going with the first panel, and they are, wait, what? Yeah, no, I know it's gaming and Web3, but I'm just wondering where the list of names are. Okay, here they are. So we have the lovely moderator, Janae Simonet. We have Paul Dawalabi. We have Jace Hall, Gregory Landegger, and Clinton Sparks.
What's up, everybody? Hey. To the audience. Hello.
Hello, hello. Okay, this is by far the most exciting panel of the
Moderator.
whole conference. So welcome to Gaming and Web3 Collide, everyone.
We need some excitement today, guys.
Woo! Yes. So these guys are pretty exciting, right? These are some of the biggest kind of gamer conversationalists, developers, investors. I mean, we have kind of the range here. So I'm going to let these guys introduce themselves for 30 seconds tops, starting with Paul at the end.
So, hi guys, I'm Paul Dowalibi, more commonly known as the Prophet of Esports.
Let's go!
I host a podcast called The Business of Esports. I also own a media company, gaming and metaverse media company, so we produce a ton of content, including the Meta Business podcast. And for the last 20 years, I was also a VC, so that's my background, venture capital and startups.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Landager. I am a family office investor. We are stage and structure agnostic, fell down the rabbit hole in crypto in 2014 and evolved that investment thesis into gaming in 2017, and subsequently have made about 60 investments in the Web3 space.
Very nice, very nice. Hello, my name is Jace Hall. I am video gamer. My company I've co-founded with Rick Fox and a few other fine gentlemen called High Def, focused on AAA video game development that includes diversity and inclusion as a form of new ideas. We are very focused on making sure that the products that we build are forward-thinking when it comes to things like Web3. My background is founding Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. Prior to that, I founded a company called Monolith Productions, which I'll make video games. So I'm a video game maker. That's what I do.
Yeah.
An opinion haver. My name is Clinton Sparks. I'm a Grammy-nominated multi-platinum producer, songwriter, and DJ. Sold over 75 million records. That has been shaping and shifting culture for almost 20 years now. And I fell into gaming about 6 years ago at the beginning of a company called FaZe Clan, where there were just a bunch of like popular kids online but didn't have any business model or revenue streams. Went there, helped bring that to what's now evaluated at $1 billion company. And my goal when I got into gaming was to connect and integrate other cultures that were not familiar with gaming, because it's kind of what I've been doing my whole career, is mixing EDM with hip hop or bringing Hollywood to the streets. And so when I got to gaming, I started connecting music and sports and fashion and art, and it's now becoming really robust. I've since left FaZe Clan and started this company right here, Xset, which is now the fastest growing esports and gaming lifestyle brand in the world with a focus on diversity and inclusion.
All right, team.
Nice.
That's amazing. So you guys have been in gaming for quite some time, right? And today we're talking about gaming and Web3. So I think it's most fitting to start to talk about the evolution of gaming, what you've seen. And I think historically you've seen that gaming's been able to incorporate money and earning and everything like that. Where are we coming from when it comes to the gaming industry? I'll let you go, Paul.
I don't know if a lot has evolved. I mean, I've been a gamer since I was like 3 years old, and other than grinding like World of Warcraft in my basement, I think what has changed in the last 3 to 5 years is the mainstream recognition and adoption of the industry. The fundamentals haven't really changed. What has changed are the demographic dynamics. So the kids who grew up gaming now have money to spend on gaming, and this is only accelerating. So you have this huge attention and demographic shift that makes sort of the dominance of gaming inevitable. That's one of the big sort of trends I've seen over the last 10, 15 years.
I would say that, it's speaking to your point, the cultural acceptance of the activity of playing video games has become more and more relevant, because not only are people playing these games, but they are actually socializing, meeting their friends, and creating entire cultures and subcultures underneath this entire activity. And it starts speaking to forward concepts like metaverses and avatars and ownership of items. And this is why, it's one of the reasons why I'm here, is because the technology involved in blockchain is a facilitator of the continued evolution of the video game environment. And I think it's important that as we collectively, the thought leaders that are all attending this conference, I think it's important for them to understand the gentle and delicate nature of how this industry chooses to approach video gaming as a conduit. We could make some mistakes going in that direction, or we could do some real good and empower people and empower ownership and empower attribution of creative content through gaming. So that's what I say.
Yeah, so that brings an interesting point, because Web3 is all about decentralization, you're owning something yourself. So what are, I guess in your case, Jace, what are some of the considerations anyway, or the implications to that in the gaming industry today? So we kind of come from, these big AAA, gaming conglomerates that have owned everything at this point, and now we're trying to integrate Web3 into it, and that's gonna, in the short term at least, gonna have a really big impact on what they do next. So what are you seeing in that case?
Well, I can go on and on this topic, so I'm gonna try to really limit it to some key points. Number one is the video game industry has evolved to where you have publishers and those that control. They don't want people to own anything. They want to own everything, which is why when you play World of Warcraft for 1,000 hours, you can get that magic axe, but it is breaking their terms of service if you try to sell that to somebody else. That's the nature of that. When you see something like decentralization and ownership coming in with this technology, it starts to pose a very important question of, shouldn't I own that axe? Shouldn't I be able to profit off of owning that axe, right? And so the answer, of course, is the gamers themselves want that, but there's also this long history of the video game industry exploiting their consumer relentlessly, squeezing that orange so hard. So when a publisher today tries to introduce blockchain technology, there's a form of rejection because they view it as more, they're trying to exploit me even more for a game I've already paid so much for. And so you have this industry resistance at the publisher level who, I don't know about this crypto stuff. It's creating a bad vibe amongst our customers. So you have this demand, but you also have some cultural elements in the video game space. And I think the crypto space and that community can do a lot to communicate and bridge that gap and create real opportunities, because most definitely the video game player wants to capitalize on the time they spend in video games. That's entirely just about what Twitch is. I play this game, watch me stream, I'm gonna make money off of me playing the game. I'm trying to, play to earn on some level through that. So there's all these third-party things that create that, but there can be a much more direct and exciting opportunity for the people in this room and for the players themselves.
So Greg, then, why is gaming such a big focus today? Like, why is everybody talking about gaming as it relates to Web3? Why is this even a panel or a discussion today?
So I think it's the numbers. I mean, there's 170 million Bitcoin wallets, which it's a big number from where we've been a few years ago. But you have 3 billion people who are gaming every day. And when you talk to people, everyone says, oh, that's not me. And then when you're like, well, do you do a crossword puzzle every day? Oh, yeah, I do that on my commute. The numbers add up really quickly. I think part of the problem is, I think gaming's actually behind crypto in the evolution. If you looked at crypto pitches in 2015, 2016, every slide had the word blockchain on it. It's like, we're a blockchain company, invest in us. And that's disappeared. Now companies pitch a problem, they pitch their solution, and if you try and get into it, they'll tell you, we're using a blockchain or how that works. Gaming's in that early stage now. You have all these gaming companies that are saying, oh, we're using a blockchain, so invest in us. And Sam earlier from FTX made the comment about a company he invested in. It's got to be a great game first. I mean, gaming is about games. Paul says all the time, it's about having fun. That's where we've got to start. And then we've got to add on this additional layer of blockchain.
The problem is the world of crypto in some sense. Like, gamers are the most lucrative audience for any crypto company on the planet. Like literally, there were studies done, 56% of all gamers polled, and there was a large enough sample size polled, said that they would abandon their physical bank account for a crypto wallet. 56%. A huge percentage of gamers are prime crypto customers. The problem is the way the crypto world talks to them and fundamentally doesn't understand. Like there's no industry failing more spectacularly at reaching gamers than the crypto world, which is maybe the great irony of it all. And happy to get into that, but you know, that's one of the things I see, which is you have this target-rich audience, but this massive failure of how to communicate to them and capture them.
Well, to his point, a lot of reason why that's happening is much like any industry that tries to infiltrate a new audience, especially a younger generation, they do it in an inauthentic way. And so what ends up happening is like some mystery company connects with some popular kids who these kids don't know better. They're like, oh man, they look like they got a lot of money. We can get a bag from them. And then they go out to market and they do some stuff that just is frowned upon or fails or makes people feel like they were used. And then it starts making people frown from it and push away from it. Or like, oh, I'm not falling for that crypto stuff, or I'm not buying those NFTs because it's just the wrong combination. So you got to listen to the right people. You got to pay attention to the messenger, not just the message. And I think that's a lot of the reasons why people get pushback and don't understand. It's kind of like when you listen to your parents when you're young, right? And they give you that, oh, that's cool. And you're like, ah, Dad, you don't know what cool is. But if somebody that you think is cool says that's cool, you got the same information, but you got it from two different people based on your opinion on what you think about them. So it's the right people that need to be talking to the right people to get them to adopt this. When you have people that are, you know, corporate people that don't understand cool, they don't understand culture, they've never done other things to understand how to connect or relate or converse with these people, it's hard for them to convince them like this is the next wave unless they're smart enough or they know someone like Paul that can convince them here's why it's cool. And a lot of the young people that you're trying to adopt into this world, they don't want to learn. They want the cheat code. They want a shortcut. How do I make a lot of money? How do I do this? So you have to understand how to talk to that audience in a way that they're going to get it, but also be educating them without them realizing they're being educated.
I would say also, to your point, is it's thematically the different industries, the video game players and the, sort of the crypto industry, they have some fundamental differences. One is blockchain is a newer technology. And normally when a new technology comes out, it's looking for its use cases. So what you'll always see are like there's tokens out there and there are all those things, and they create the token and then they try to build the utility around the token. Here's why the token is useful, right? And that's a long road to go. But and there are companies doing that, and that's great. But when you're dealing with the video game industry and that audience, they are all about utility. Everything that they're used to. When a feature goes into a game, it's all about the utility of that feature inside of that. So the pitch of blockchain without utility coming over is a harder thing for them to understand and sort of get behind. But also, though, there's a huge opportunity because a lot of these video games already have a whole bunch of environment and utility built into them, and blockchain could just be inserted into what's already there and make it even more powerful and more useful. But that conversation happens less often, and it tends to be more, you have gaming companies that are new and they are focusing specifically on making a crypto game or something. And so they're trying to create this all first instead of being able to articulate to the established players, here's a way to integrate this greater utility into something that already has utility. I use the example of Disneyland, right? Disneyland has their whole environment. They have restaurants and stuffed dolls and stuff you can do. So the utility of creating the Disney dollar comes afterward. I'm just going to make a Disney dollar and I can spend it inside of my world. But when you create the Disney dollar first and you don't have the Disneyland, it's a much harder sort of thing. And video games, Fortnite, you name it, those are Disneylands sitting there that aren't leveraging this very forward-thinking technology called blockchain, which has so many different uses. Most people just only think of it as like a currency. But that's just a slice of the opportunity that exists with this tech. I'm a huge supporter of the tech itself. Yeah.
That last minute he said should just be cut out of this video and posted on.
Exactly.
Gamers don't care about the tech. They don't care about the earning. They don't care about the owning. Like, I did the same quest in World of Warcraft 1,000 times over to get a mount that looked like a tiger. I didn't earn anything. I don't own anything. I still did it. And I know tons of people who did it because it was fun.
That's right.
It was fun. And there was enjoyment in doing it. And like trying to shove earn and own and God knows whatever other word you put in between down the throats of gamers, I think is never going to work until you figure out the fun part and until you figure out how to communicate how this underlying technology, which it doesn't matter what it is or what it's called, makes the game more fun, makes the game better in some way, makes the experience for the gamer better. This is the only way I think you reach them, you hook them, no matter what we call it.
And that's the cool part I was saying, making it fun, making it so
Right,
they don't even know
exactly.
that they're learning. And like when you go to Disney, you don't own any pieces of Disney. You go there to have fun.
Exactly.
But then they create things there.
And that was Greg was saying, though, as an investor, he's looking at the fun, like what's the actual game, you know, like that, it's such a key piece.
Look, I'm older. I grew up with an Atari, but 16-bit graphics is really not fun anymore. You know,
And making a fun game is not easy. Like, Greg and I see these pitch decks all the time for play-to-earn games, right? And it's like, here's our economy and our token and all the great tech, and then we're going to make this game. And then here's, like, how we're making money, and, like, it's one slide out of 25 about the game. We're like, wait a second. Making a great game is really hard. Huge studios with thousands of developers spending hundreds of millions of dollars over years and years still make games that fail. And like just making it a blockchain-based game or a play-to-earn game or a play-and-earn game, whatever, doesn't solve the core problem of reaching the masses of gamers.
and if
Yeah,
you
but
look,
then you see kind of the big guys, right, that are trying to incorporate Web3 features, and they're getting a lot of backlash anyway, right? And so there's still that kind of disconnect on the how do you connect side, or are they just ripping me off? Like, I'm just here to play the game, you know?
well, that's it. They see it as a monetization. I mean,
Right.
Bloomberg ran something over the past few days that 70% of gaming companies do not want to issue an NFT or a cryptocurrency.
But
Right.
part of the problem is the communication to the gamers. Like, Ubisoft came out with NFTs in their games with Rainbow Six. And when it failed, the noise I heard from the crypto community was, well, they don't get it. The gamers don't get it. I'm like, well, that's kind of a cop-out, right? Like, maybe we failed at explaining to them why they should, like, love this. And just sort of saying, well, they don't get it is not good enough. I think we could do a lot better.
I just don't think you have to front-face blockchain it's as some kind of feature. Like if you have a video game and you're going to play World of Warcraft and you get the magic hammer and the game just allows you to put it on your wallet, it just does. Most gamers aren't particularly interested in the compression technology that's being used by the video codec that's putting they don't care. Like they just want to be able to do the thing. And so part of it also is is these crypto the excitement of the crypto community to come forward. Like, oh, look at using crypto, and then you want to say it, and you want to advertise it, you want to do it, and look, we're Rainbow and Six, and we're putting out the NFTs. It's like I don't care. Just you can actually deliver that message and the functionality and get people using these things and having expectations of ownership, which is a whole thing because video games today are encouraging user-generated content. That is how they are growing. And now this user-generated content, I think the users want to own, and they want to be able to monetize it in the way that they want to monetize it. What better technology to do that than to figure out how to make use of the blockchain for that, right?
I don't want to gloss over the scale of the opportunity, though, right? Like, there are 1,500 people at this conference, something like that, over these next few days. I mean, I was just at PAX East in Boston, big gaming conference, speaking there. There were 130,000 people at PAX East on one day. It's the biggest conference the city of Boston puts on the whole year. Like, we're not talking about one order of magnitude bigger. We're talking 2 orders of magnitude bigger. And this is what needs to be cracked, I think, for the crypto world. And I will say, tons of game developers there, very few play-to-earn game developers there. Very few, if any. I don't know if you saw any, but I did.
I think a lot of people talk about, like, it needs to be done, we need to do this, somebody needs to pay attention. But that's the same way you're saying that put this cart before the horse. It's the same thing of saying you need to do this, you need to learn this, you need to understand it. Instead of saying you need to do that, you got to create things and do things that make them want to understand it, that now make them curious, that without you saying, it's like being told what to do as opposed to like seeing something cool and you're like, oh, I want to go do that. So recently, like a couple weeks ago, we made history by signing a rapper named T Grizzly in GTA server live during a storyline in an XSET building, right? So, and we also made exclusive merch for that drop. So we're all wearing XSET hoodies in the game. We're not saying go buy our hoodie, go do this. It's a cool event that you're like, this is dope. I want one of those too, because they're doing it. So it's almost like influencer marketing, but like subtly and without telling people what to do, just show them what to do or make it in their face that they're like, oh, that's cool. How do you do that?
Right.
And you got to get people to want to know how without you telling them how.
Yeah, I think we're hitting a fundamental issue here because I think crypto as a whole anyway is, they haven't done, let me not say they haven't done enough, but there's an education issue already on crypto as a whole, right? And we're saying that these gamers are a captive audience for the crypto community and there's an education problem, right, already. Like how do we explain to them what the advantages are? And so I think that either way.
By doing cool shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
No,
I'll quote Clinton. He says, sell a feeling.
Yeah, you sell a feeling.
There we
You're not
go.
selling a product or a service. You're selling a feeling.
Right.
When you know what your audience wants to feel,
Okay.
then you know how to convince them to do what it is you're trying to get them to do. But you must care enough to know what they want to feel, their
Exactly.
needs, not what you want. What do they want? And then once you figure that out, then you're able to sell better on what it is you want them to want.
I think the irony is no industry has learned more about education than crypto. I mean, at least we don't explain what Bitcoin is anymore, but for the past 5-10 years, we've been going around explaining we're not drug dealers, there's a real use for this.
Yeah.
It was great to hear the Prime Minister this morning speak. We're excited about what's happening. We just need to take that same education and bring it to gaming.
One point that I want to drive home is if you've come to watch this, congratulate yourself because it is historically proven that new technology adoption in mass has been driven by porn and also video game playing. There's a whole thing, like when Microsoft Word was out, you don't need a faster computer to run a word processor. People are buying these computers in large scales to play video games and use their Oculus and on all of that stuff. So if a technology like blockchain is going to move quickly into mass adoption, the forefront, video games is a perfect conduit for that opportunity, which is why I can't stress how important it is that the people attending this conference recognize that and really think about how to accomplish that goal. Because once it's in the main thrust of gaming, it becomes ubiquitous. Everyone, it is that critical that it makes its way into gaming. And that's why I get all excited with this panel. There's so much passion about doing that and making it happen. And I'm, as someone who, I've made maybe 40 AAA video games in my life, Harry Potter, Matrix, all that, Alienverse, all these big titles, I built them. And I understand the technology on that side, and I understand the technology on the crypto side. And I can tell you there is definitely a very clear, straight path for these things to come together. We are not talking about trying to mix oil and water or anything like that. This is a natural thing that is going to happen, needs to happen. And for the people who are attending this conference who want to make a lot of money, this is one of the areas that you should take a close look at. And it's not just play to earn. Play to earn has wound up getting sort of a stigma attached to it in the gaming space. So if you move away from that terminology, owning is a little bit better than earning. Play to own, right? And then you I own it, now I can make money off it in my own way, whatever. But if you get away from the verbiage and just get to the feeling, I think you're going to see a lot of opportunity for yourself as an investor or as a technologist or even as a video game player who's looking for the latest and greatest, bringing sort of this blockchain stuff into the space.
And on the other side, there's an opportunity for creators versus the content users, right? In creating that transparency, and you know exactly when someone owns something and at what point within the entire blockchain that it's been passed around to. So there's an opportunity there. I'd be interested to hear, Clinton, what have you been seeing from a kind of content creator versus the content user, like where we can also kind of bridge the gap there? I know you had some ideas on that.
I think Paul should start that one.
Bridge the gap between content creators and content. You're up against a really tall brick wall when it comes to ownership of content within gaming, right? So owning that sword, owning that, you're talking about the equivalent of convincing big banks to decentralize, right? This is a monumental effort to convince AAA studios that they need to make all of their items in game not only freely open to trade and buy and sell, but also interoperable between games, right? That is sort of the promise of the metaverse or Web3. But you're talking about fundamentally companies that operate as walled gardens and have very little incentive to open up, like basically no incentive to open up. And if anything we've seen over the last few years, they're becoming more insular. They're shutting down third-party sites that allow trading of items, for example. They want everything to happen within their own marketplaces. I think the impetus for this opening has to come from the players. And the players have to demand it, and for the players to demand it, like the owners of this content, they have to have a reason why it benefits them greatly. Otherwise, gamers, for the most part, are an apathetic crowd, right? Like, as long as they have their game and it's fun, they will complain, but they won't do much, right? It's very vocal, but not a whole lot of doing. And so I think the communicating the benefit is the thing that cracks the big publishers, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. I suspect the opening will come either from the players, a groundswell from the players, or a play to earn, for lack of a better word, game that actually succeeds in making a really great game.
I'm going to add to what you said and just say that one of the, full disclosure, my company, High Def, we spent a lot of time figuring out and solving specifically these sorts of things because of the products that we haven't announced that we're building and the deals we've done and haven't announced. So I'm cheating a little bit here, but I'll give you a good example of where blockchain sort of can impact ownership, and it can have a significant impact on user-generated content. TikTok is a really good example where you have people creating dances, and someone will take that dance, another TikToker, and who might be more popular, and then actually drive a bunch of views and make money off of that, and the person who created it doesn't get credit. And there's no way, to copyright, like there's a whole process. So here's a good example of where blockchain, where a video game company can partner with an original creator like that, use blockchain, create that attribution, and then actually create an entire smart contract system that can track all of this and make sure that they're paid. And that starts to become really, really meaningful.
Meaning they'll get paid every time someone does the dance?
Yes, there's a way to track that and
like
do
publishing
that.
A song.
Yes. So again, I'm just kind of hinting at some of the stuff that we've big-brained, but the point is the power that exists by bringing blockchain into this space is significant, and it's going to be systemically changing. Because once the users see, to your point, the use case, why it matters to them, they're not going to settle for less.
But Jason, can I maybe this is not a hot take, but I think maybe a hot take. I don't think we have yet stumbled on the killer app for blockchain within gaming.
No, it doesn't.
I don't think we figured it out yet.
No one has made that yet. That's not out there. Yes.
It doesn't exist yet.
That's
so
correct.
Call it challenge or opportunity, whatever you want to look at it.
No,
I don't think anyone has cracked that yet.
Well, it's just like the music business, right? Like how long have artists like been upset that they didn't have access? They couldn't distribute themselves. They couldn't do all those things. Now technology has created a way, you're your own record label from your bedroom. You can literally record your song, mix and master your song, distribute your song, do all the social assets from your bed. You know what I mean? And you can be your own record label now. But it took time to get there.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at with gaming, where these gamers are the artists, and they want to have more control. They want to have more stake, and they want to have more ownership in their product and their masters. They want to say if it's going to sink in a TV show.
But it doesn't exist. And you know why? Because who's incentivized to build that? How do they, that's part of the problem is it's like Facebook. They own all the data. They give you a free service, right? And then they own all the data. Why would they be incentivized to build something that lets you own all of your data and then they rent it from you? I don't think so. Like that. So who's going to spend the money to do that? And this is where you get the opportunities for new companies to come into existence that are thinking in an entirely different way about how to create value and opportunity, not only for the company, but for the creators that are inevitably going to be needed beyond just what you can do as a company to create an entire community and build your game around that. So,
well, like music artists, you need enough gamers to make a stink about it for someone to say, all these gamers want this thing, I'm going to go build it. Just like artists were like, I want to distribute my own music. Somebody was smart enough to build a distribution platform.
If you look at the historic model gamers have used, they use engines to develop their games. They don't go out and say, I want to move a person. They use Unity, they use Epic, and that's what we need. We need engines here. When we get pitched on companies that are going to develop a game and create a new blockchain, there's some great blockchains out here that can be used.
Yeah.
That's what they focus on the game, make a great game, and use this technology, and it'll drive everything.
Enough gamers also have to feel like they need this and they want this. Smart people can see the future and say, oh, this should be available for gamers, but just like artists, enough of them were saying, I need this, that someone did it. But that goes back to the beginning of making them understand why they need it or why they want it by making them feel like they need it from doing cool shit that they're going to be like, oh, how do you do that? Oh, well, it's through blockchain. Well, how do I do that? And then they all start typing, and everyone, then all of a sudden Rick Fox says, let's start a company like that.
So who's really holding the bag here? Is the crypto industry or the gaming industry? Because right now it feels like the crypto industry needs the gamers a lot more, right? And the added adoption is going to help crypto at least solve some of the issues that they're facing, right? With transferring over to fiat or doing, these transfers over to fiat. And so I guess my question is, how do you now make this sustainable? It's extremely complex, and we've talked about a lot of complications and implications, but I guess what will you look at to invest at this point, or how are you going to invest at this point with that consideration? And where do you think it is really going to go at that point?
I'll break it down into two parts. I think there's short-term opportunity, which is crypto companies reaching out to gamers as a target-rich audience, right? How do we get new customers? How do we get new users for whatever we're doing in crypto? No better audience to reach than gamers. To me, that's the very short-term opportunity. That's what everyone in this room should be thinking about today. Longer term, it's how do we embed all of the great technology that the crypto industry has built into games, into gaming, into metaverses, and enhance the experience in some way. I say that's long-term because I don't think anyone has figured that out yet, but that's how I would break it down short-term and long-term.
The technology today still needs to be developed for crypto, let alone for gaming. Private keys is not going to work for younger people.
Well, one of the problems is that companies, since we're talking about crypto, you can't expect people to listen when you talk. Instead, you must learn to talk when they're listening. So you must know where they're listening and what they're listening to and how they're listening to it, as opposed to trying to push it through to them in a way that is foreign or they don't understand or don't realize the need or the value of it yet. So it goes back to, and I don't like using the word education, although they got to be educated, but when you use words like that, I don't want to learn. Nobody likes school. You know what I mean? I don't want to read a book. A gamer, that's how they're going to think. So when you add into cool shit, and you create moments and lifestyle moments and cultural things that these kids are like, oh, that was so cool. Then they're like, how was that done? And it's like, we tricked you. It was through this. You know what I mean? So it's like putting the baby medicine in the food that the baby likes. And that's really the magic of how you infiltrate someone's brain and life. But that's marketing. We can have another panel for that.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right, these gamers are all about, they're into playing their game, right? And how do you then move on to say, okay, well, why do I care about, how do you get them to care about this other, what I would call like the peripherals, right? Like I'm really into my game, and now you've got the crypto industry trying to get these guys, but they're not an easy catch, right? They're kind of
Well, look, I think gamers want to own their stuff, that's for sure. When they get a Counter-Strike skin that's worth $25,000, and then their Steam account gets banned, and they just lose.
Right.
My Counter-Strike inventory is worth like 300 grand. It's my retirement plan.
Yeah.
What it is.
So imagine, like Steam or Valve is just like, you know what? We're just taking that from you. Like you'd be like, excuse me, right? Like that can happen. They can just do that. The terms of service for playing Counter-Strike, it says they can just do that. And I don't think gamers are okay. He would not be happy losing $300,000 worth of rare skins. And so right in there is an opportunity, because gamers want to own what they have worked hard to get with their gameplay. But remember, they did that for the fun. The benefit is that they have this cool collectible. They didn't specifically go in to try to do play to earn. There's a small group of people who do that, but most of them. But if you facilitate the ability for him to make sure he owns it, if he could pull all his skins and put it on a nano ledger, he would. No one's touching that, right? And so I think there are some low-hanging fruit opportunities. I will say this, the large publishers are not going to lead this at all. They're going to follow, and they're going to follow begrudgingly. So if you're an investor in you have the crypto markets, a lot of people have made a lot of money. When they need to put it somewhere, they need to make it work, they need to do something. So find those companies that are making video games, that are forward-thinking, that are making fun, useful product, get behind them, right? And then work with them to bring a real video game product into the market, becomes the killer app that doesn't exist, and then everyone's going to follow, because it's going to happen, and I think it'll happen sooner rather than later.
Without paying attention to it, as you said earlier.
Yeah.
But there's an important insight there, and I know we're running low on time here, but I think I want to get it out here, which is every time you hear Web3 or Metaverse at this conference, I guarantee you, I will put money on the line, I will bet anyone in this room that what we call Web3 or Metaverse 10 years from now will have evolved out of gaming, not out of crypto. It will have started as gaming first,
right,
not as crypto first.
Yeah, I agree.
So get familiar with gaming, guys.
So we've got to wrap up now, but any last thoughts in terms of what you're doing and how just give us a last plug before we head out.
Clinton, please.
Let's start with you, Clinton.
I mean, to add on to what you guys are saying, put more thought into how you're marketing, how you're telling the story, who you're trying to connect with. Do more research on what impact it's going to have, what cultures it's going to talk to, how would it spread. For instance, the reason I started XSET was because I realized, being in the gaming space, that no other org really understands culture. They think culture is like the newest sneaker drop or a meme, right? They don't really get the world. They don't know how to connect with other cultures and other audiences and demographics and races, genders, right? So it was like, man, if you're going to build this giant company, especially like the company I was at before, you have to understand all these worlds if you want to try to make it inclusive, and you want to maximize and reach more people than just what's already there. So we already know who the gamers are, right? This group of gamers, but it's like, what about all the rest of the world that games but aren't gamers and aren't part of the gaming lifestyle? They might want to be, they might think it's cool, but no one's telling them about it. They don't understand a cool way to connect to it. They don't realize you can make $100,000 playing games a month in Fortnite. They don't know this gaming is a career, right? So it's like just understanding what is the open lane for you to run down And not just see this as an open lane, understand the correct, impactful way to go down that lane so you don't get tripped up or you don't get tackled and you're like, oh, this lane sucks. Nah, you just kind of sucked.
All right, we're going to end there. Thank you, guys. This was Gaming and Web3 Collide.
What a way to end.
The end.
Thanks.
Okay.
Hello, so we had a Clinton on this panel, and there's another Clinton on another panel. You know, crypto's becoming mainstream when you have a former president in crypto. Bill Clinton loves being ahead of his time. So we have a lot of innovation going on here. So as I mentioned before, we're giving away NFTs. The grand prize, though, is Jam, and we're going to have Anthony Denuzio tell you all about one of the amazing prizes that you can win.
Hello, thank you. Anthony, Alex, whatever, I can take either name. Hello, everybody. Alex Denuzio, we are Web3 comedy at Jam, like the delicious stuff you spread on toast. What we are giving away is an all-access pass to our platform. Did I lose the mic? There we go. And this is pretty cool. So Katie this morning in the keynote speech spent a lot of time talking about NFTs and their potential as far as digital goods that are scarce. I think it needs to go a step further and be about access and utility. At Jam, we bring entertainers and comedians and their best work into the market. So just did something with Tom Segura, Pete Holmes from Crashing, Zainab Johnson from Upload, a number of other amazing things. And this pass will allow you to come to our productions. We have 2 productions being planned right now with SNL cast and some really exciting things coming in the future. And we want you there. And so get really excited. Web3 comedy at Jam.
Okay, don't steal my job now. I'm going to introduce the next panel. Building a national framework for Web3. We have Margaret Rosenfeld, who's going to be moderating, Charles Clancy, Michael Halkitis, Allison Maynard Gibson.
Hello, everyone. And on our panel today, we will be talking about the National Framework for Web 3.0. With me, I have first Dr. Charles Clancy. He is a Senior Vice President and General Manager at an organization called MITRE Labs. He'll tell us a little bit about what they do. His background is deep in engineering and telecom, cybersecurity, national security. He was at Virginia Tech for a number of years and ran their Center on National Security and Cybersecurity in the United States. And he started out his career at the National Security Agency. I should say that the next person on the panel really needs no introduction. Allison Maynard, excuse me, Allison Maynard Gibson is renowned in the Bahamas, but throughout the world globally as being a technology soothsayer, I would say. She served in the Bahamas twice as the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, and in addition as the Minister of Financial Services and Investment. Currently, she is back to being an attorney and advising a lot of people in this space. She runs the digital assets and financial services practice at a firm in the Bahamas. And most importantly, for our lawyers out there, she is Queen's Counsel, which is sort of the Oscars of law, given to the top advocates in law in barristers. And then we have honored to have a minister from the Bahamian government with us today as well. Michael Halkitis is the Minister of, making sure I get, there's too many minister titles here, so I want to make sure I get this one right. But the Minister of Economic Affairs?
Economic Affairs.
Yes, okay. He is the Minister of Economic Affairs. And he is very well known for leading the digitization charge through the government. Works and focuses on areas in financial services, obviously technology, tax reform, has been a leader of a lot of the tax reform throughout the Bahamas during his government service, cybersecurity, consumer protection, and he'll speak to us today about a few of the things that the Bahamas has been doing to lead in the Web 3.0 space. So I'll start, Minister, I'll start with you. On Monday, we had FTX breaking ground on their new headquarters here. And this was something where they cited the friendly regulation in the Bahamas. Some folks would say that means no regulation. But at Deltec, we're very familiar with everything that the Bahamas does in regulation. You have a world-renowned Central Bank of the Bahamas, which ran one of the leading world conferences on KYC and AML back in January here, with people coming throughout the world. You have the Securities Commission of the Bahamas, and then all of the different legislation you have put in place, the Sand Dollar, the DARE Act. But tell us a little bit about last week's announcement on the white paper on the future of digital assets in the Bahamas.
First of all, we were very, very excited at the groundbreaking, extremely pleased to have a company of the caliber of FTX to have chosen the Bahamas as its headquarters, and extremely pleased to have their commitment to encourage other companies in that space to come here. And as you said, one of the key points of attractiveness of the Bahamas is, number one, we have a long-standing reputation as a well-regulated jurisdiction that is compliant and has always sought to be compliant with global financial, prudential, and regulatory standards. And we are very proud of our central bank to have pioneered the first digital currency, and we're very proud of our Securities Commission of the Bahamas to have shepherded and conceived and shepherded through realization the digital assets, the DARE Act. And that was cited by FTX as one of the key reasons they came here, because of our regulation. Because of this segment of the industry is so important, the government of the Bahamas thought it prudent to publish a white paper which will promote national as well as international, of course, discussion on the whole area of digital assets. And the key points for discussion and the key objectives of the white paper were to explore new opportunities within the digital asset space, to encourage innovation in fintech and other areas of digital assets, to improve the attractiveness of the Bahamas as a destination for other companies involved in the digital asset space. We want to encourage the building of capacity amongst our regulators, the Central Bank of the Bahamas, the Securities Commission of the Bahamas, in improving their level of regulation. We also want to promote the development of skills and trainings amongst the population, amongst our professionals, so that they can easily transition from perhaps other segments of the financial services industry into the digital asset space. And connected to that is we want to explore any linkages between what we call the traditional financial services and digital assets, fintech, crypto. So the idea is to create that discussion. We recognize that we are a leading jurisdiction in terms of regulation and attractiveness. We want to maintain that position, and we believe that we do so by encouraging discussion.
Mrs. Gibson, so you have...
I just want to highlight one more thing, if I may, on the white paper.
Yes, yes.
And I think the private sector should be really thrilled that the government has actually institutionalized the means by which the private sector would be consulted and constantly get feedback as to what is happening in the sector what needs to be changed, what needs to be tweaked. You know, it's a really fast-moving sector, and the government has actually institutionalized the means by which the private sector can formally give feedback. And then there's also by establishing a committee, and the chair of that committee will be on a national committee that is also has on it that the Prime Minister is the chair of as Minister of Finance, together with the regulators as well. So there are two means by which the government has institutionalized the means for the private sector to feed into making sure that the Bahamas stays on the cutting edge.
Well, this sort of private and public sector engagement that is, through the white paper, going to be institutionalized in the Bahamas is not unusual for the Bahamas to lead in that way and to take that approach of working with the private sector closely. You have decades of government experience, but now you're in more of the private space side. You helped FTX exchange come here, become the first registered exchange under the DARE Act. So talk a little bit about that experience of attracting companies to the Bahamas, explaining what the Bahamas has, and what could, not just the Bahamas, but other governments grappling with the framework for Web 3.0. What could they be doing to help attract companies?
Okay, so thank you for that question. FTX, Sam has spoken about this many, many times, formally engaged an entity to examine countries around the world to determine which country had the best framework for FTX to move to, if it were to move its world headquarters. When it opened an office, it didn't decide that it would actually move its world headquarters. And it analyzed many, many things, political stability, all the usual things, quality of life, etc. But one of the things that Sam said that really, really caused him to sort of cross the finish line was that it struck FTX and its advisors how close the regulators and the policymakers work in collaboration. It was really clear that the government was very determined that this sector is going to be a means by which the quality of life of our people is transformed, and it was also going to make sure that people understand that the Bahamas is very serious about this space being a cutting-edge space for the Bahamas, and we lead the world on Web3, and how do we stay there and move into this rapidly changing arena and stay on the cutting edge and be the front runner. I think a few things that the government has to, they say don't rest on your laurels, we have to keep it in mind and keep out there. One of the things is ease of doing business. Wherever people come, they want to be comfortable that it's easy to do business. I think that the governments, and our government in particular, needs to move more towards a check-the-box way of doing things, so that if people should know clearly what needs to be done, and once the boxes are checked, you just move on. AI analyzes applications and so forth, and you just get approved. We were just speaking on the FTX stage about decisions being made on the blockchain in 4 seconds as opposed to 2 days. That's the kind of arena we need to keep moving into. I want to also highlight education, education, education. We need to make sure that we have a deep bench of people, intellectual capital, national and international, in the Bahamas that can continue to innovate and make it very clear that this is the place that welcomes innovation in the technological space. This also means that we have to also, I think, magnify the way that we don't work in silos. We actually are very comfortable with integration of all people who need to be involved in the space, coming together. That's how you get the best ideas in any sphere. So not working in silos. We don't solve problems by being in silos. Let's work together.
And I think we're seeing that problem with a lot of different governments, that a very siloed approach in different agencies to Web 3.0.
Right. I just want to add one more thing to that, and I think that Charles is going to talk about this a lot because I know when I'm speaking with him, he has strong feelings about it. And I think it's important to really make broadband, mobile broadband, accessible to everyone, and the same way that we have certain objectives that by certain timelines we would want certain things to happen in the world. the SDGs, for example, Agenda 2030, we should actually have deadlines by which we will make sure that everybody has access, easy access to mobile broadband. That's essential for Web3.
Well, I know, Dr. Clancy, the digital, I'm skipping off of what Mrs. Gibson just said, but the digital divide is something that you've worked closely with in telecom. You know, let's just jump to a question that's not on the prep list. On that, tell me a little bit about what you see as the big telecom challenge for Web 3.0 and how we are going to be able to work with governments to solve some of this.
Well, I think there's a couple different layers of the telecom challenges. I mean, Web3 is this interesting confluence of telecom and finance to create sort of entirely new digital economies. And so if you think about the dependence on telecommunications infrastructure, one, you need connectivity, right? So you talk about the digital divide where you've got parts of the world that are highly connected and others that are not. And your ability to interact with Web3 and these digital economies will be predicated on having broadband. Right? So in the United States, as part of the infrastructure bill passed in the last year, there's been, I think, $45 billion in investment for really investing in U.S. broadband infrastructure, which is really a prerequisite for the necessary connectivity to participate in these digital economies. And on top of that, there's a whole additional set of things that need to happen. I mean, again, in the United States, we have the Federal Communications Commission and the Federal Trade Commission as sort of the primary telecom regulators. But then you have a whole separate set of financial regulation that's independent. And so I think as we begin to think through how these two worlds collide, we need a systematic approach that figures out how all these different regulatory organizations fit together.
And you know, is it easier for a smaller country like the Bahamas then to be a little more nimble in tackling all of these issues? Because is it easier not to have things siloed? So how do you work, Minister, how do you work in the government to ensure that things don't get siloed into little, you know, we have this in the United States, these agencies want ownership
I think
things.
I think what might be more sort of as a determining factor in the depths or the entrenchment of those silos is the length of time and the reliance on how things have always been done, and you know, this is the way we've done it. So no matter what size you are,
Yes.
you have to convince the users and the stakeholders and the potential users that there's a better way, there's a faster way, there's a more effective way. You know, technology, Web 3.0, 3.0 provides it. Here are some examples of processes that have been changed and results that have been improved, and we want to adopt it on a wider scale. So I think it's a matter of, yeah, we're small, but I think we have to be able to convince by demonstration that we need to have some disruption in some of the age-old processes that we have if we want to improve things like more effective delivery of service, ease of doing business, etc.
I don't think we have to convince anybody. I think that the government needs to be convinced. I think that the consumers are already there. And if we think about young people and people working in this space, they're already there. I mean, there's no fear at all about the use of technology. We just had, like I said, another session where they were talking about everything can be on a decentralized blockchain. You don't need to have a centralized database. People are already there. And so if we're going to be, and as we are going to be serious about this space, we just simply have to do it. Let's get the Nike swoosh out and just do it.
Well, let's talk a little bit about MITRE, because it's a really unique organization. It's a nonprofit in the United States, but you advise a lot of governing agency, do a lot of R&D. I'd recommend everybody go to the MITRE website. They put out white papers on different topics that are key to the Web 3.0 space, some of the deepest thinking happening. But you work with different agencies, like, for example, the IRS, I know, is one that you've worked with. Tell us a little bit about what you've been doing in this space and also what you see coming in the next year.
Yeah, so MITRE is a nonprofit that operates federally funded research and development centers. So we have this sort of unique non-conflict of interest role in helping bring technical experts to the government to address a whole range of problems. And so we're a team of roughly 8,000 scientists and engineers working on a whole myriad of issues across the board. And it's been interesting to watch sort of the blockchain component technology was useful in solving a problem that they had. Whether it was a cybersecurity problem or a data problem or something like that. There's a lot of hype around blockchain as a component technology. From there, it really then moved into concerns around illicit finance and working with federal law enforcement to even, for example, have the tools necessary to seize crypto wallets as part of asset seizures. And how do you do that? And what are the tools necessary to accomplish that? And then as it's matured, now we're starting to, again, we operate an R&D center for the IRS and more broadly the Treasury. And there we're seeing how do we deal with tax compliance issues and how do we begin to mechanize a lot of that as more of those challenges will emerge with DeFi. And then going even further than that, we're looking at the broader Web3 landscape. What does the appropriate policy and regulatory environment look like? What are the national security concerns? How do we deal with things like climate issues, equity issues? This administration is very focused on equity, so there's an equity lens applied to most all policy decision-making to ensure that the policy decisions being made are going to help address the breadth of society rather than just sort of niche components.
And from a comparative point of view, because you are based in the United States, but I'm assuming you look at the frameworks and what's going on in other countries. So are you seeing different models about how governments are approaching Web 3.0? What do you see as, from someone watching in the United States, it seems almost chaotic from a lawyer's perspective, trying to advise clients before I joined Deltec, just the amount of, I would call it regulatory grabs was from our perspective. Are you seeing that in other countries as well?
So I think most of the energy right now is primarily focused in the financial space, right? And so, I mean, the title of this panel is Web3, and so I guess what I would observe is there's a whole much bigger picture of Web3 from a regulatory perspective that we're not even really thinking about yet, right? And so, arguably, much of the U.S. regulatory infrastructure in things like social media is built around Web 1 technology, right? The so-called Section 230 that has certainly been popularized by Twitter and Elon and others, is really the guiding light for how we handle social media. And that was a Web 1.0 era ruling. We never really caught up to Web 2.0, and now we just heard discussions earlier about decentralized social and having social media checked into blockchains and micropayment transactions for liking tweets, which is, again, a really interesting use case for Web 3. To what extent is any of our thinking about the policy and regulatory space hasn't even remotely caught up to that? So I would say we're starting to see some common views internationally around within the financial space, but I'd say as you look at other use cases of Web3 outside crypto and finance, DeFi, it's still the wild, wild west.
And Mrs. Gibson, we were talking about this in preparation for our panel, and you made this point that governments need to be ahead of the industry, almost. Like that we need to be thinking about everything that has to come together to support this, because we haven't been great at supporting Web 1.0, Web 2.0 fully. So how much investment should a government be spending this? And this is maybe for the minister as well. How much time and investment on all the Web 3.0? So the telecom, the digital divide that we talked about, financial literacy, which is a huge part of it that you touched on. Being inviting to businesses and economic development in there as well. And now Dr. Clancy mentions the social media parts. Data is going to be a big part of it. So all of this, how much time is the government do you think the government, you may not be able to answer that, but as a city minister, but it seems like this is almost an unending focus for the governments.
It is an unending focus. We currently have a project, a digitization project, $30 million project that is promoting digitization across government ministries and departments. Of course, it's not enough, but like Mrs. Maynard Gibson said, the demand for the public is now on. They want to get their services digitally. They want to pay. They want to make application. They want to pay. They want to provide information, and so that again provides an opportunity for us. We can look at what we're doing now as a pilot, but with the understanding that this is the way that the world is moving. The ongoing pandemic has magnified the need to be able to do business digitally. It has provided opportunities for entrepreneurs to take advantage of it. And so I can't put a figure on it, but definitely it becomes a huge part of the consideration of the government when we are thinking, particularly in the Bahamas, where we're a far-flung country, but we need to deliver services of equal quality and magnitude to our citizens dispersed throughout the country. This provides an opportunity for us to do it in an effective and more cost-efficient way.
And again, not siloed. I mean, our government is really, really good about welcoming PPPs. And I don't want us to forget that we have a network of fiber optic cables on the seabed in the Bahamas, probably more than any other archipelago in the world. And so it is possible through PPPs to work together to make sure that these services are provided so that not just our people, which is the most important thing from a government standpoint, are able to get their services so effectively and quickly provided, but also innovators and the tech from around the world is attracted to the Bahamas as a location from which they, like FTX, can change the world right here from the Bahamas because we have the capacity, we have the capability, we have the willingness, and most importantly, the willingness to listen. And so things can happen with the private sector.
Well, and Dr. Clancy, how in the United States do you deal with sort of the politicization of everything that is occurring? So we hear hearings on TV about Web 3.0 and different things, and apparently I am the supporter of gun runners and sex traffickers. That's my main 100% job as somebody active in the blockchain industry, according to some senators. Which is a very politicized approach and seems very different than the Bahamas. You know, we never hear this divide of being against the technology. We see this embrace of the technology. In the US, it's a little different. We have all these factions. So, and that's not unusual of a number of other countries. So we have Russia banning and China banning crypto mining. How do you see getting past that in countries that are dealing with it?
Well, I think you have to separate some of the loudest personalities from just the breadth of people who are supportive of it. So certainly there are some vocal people in the mix, I would say, from a U.S. political perspective. But I would say that by and large, there's interest in moving forward productively. I mean, there are a range of issues like climate and things like that we talked about that need to be thought through as part of a U.S. policy. There's also sort of fundamental questions about sort of top-down approaches like a CBDC versus more bottom-up and leveraging all the activity that's happening already. And those are sort of ongoing discussions that are happening, certainly as instigated by the executive order that came out 6 or 7 weeks ago. So I think there's going to be a lot of productive conversation that comes out of that will lead to, fingers crossed, some consensus around, and it's not so much whether we will or we won't, or really it's more the pace at which I'd say the policy evolves to meet the needs.
Well, you touched on one of the problems that's related to the industry overall, which is the impact on climate change, particularly with crypto mining. And Minister, I'm going to direct this to you, because this is dear to the heart of anyone in the Bahamas. The impact of Hurricane Dorian in 2019 devastated the Bahamas with the direct hit that was taken up by many of the islands. Your Prime Minister last week tabled a proposed bill on climate change and carbon markets, I believe it's the title of it. And part of it is proposing for the Bahamas creating a carbon credit exchange here, which is, I think, really unique. I don't know that I've seen another government actually come out and propose that approach. So tell us a little bit about how this idea came about and worked its way up.
Well, definitely we have been impacted by climate change for decades. We didn't notice climate change at the time. It was, the hurricane season that every so often would wreak havoc. And as a government or governments, you have to rebuild your infrastructure, and it causes an accumulation of debt. And so we have been impacted. We've not had a very big carbon footprint, but we've been feeling the effects of what other people have done to cause climate change. The discussion has accelerated over recent years, and when this administration came in, we were speaking with some professionals who opened our eyes to the virtue of our protected areas here in the Bahamas as carbon sinks, carbon sequesters. And we advanced the discussions, and it became a very real reality that we can monetize some of these national assets in terms of the carbon sequestration. And the idea from the Prime Minister was, okay, how do we go from not just a one-time realization of a fee, but an ongoing contribution to our national finances to help to mitigate the effects of climate change and to do other things like, for example, integrate it into your financing when you go to the financial markets, and how do you use that to lower your cost of financing. And so the idea came about of, okay, we have FTX here, who's one of the largest crypto exchanges in the world. Why don't we promote a carbon exchange? And so the idea is, yes, we have these carbon assets that we want to develop. How do we make sure that they continue to generate returns for us into the future? And you do that by establishing a market, and again, becoming the leader in that space.
Well, it's interesting. Yesterday in New York State, the State Assembly passed a moratorium on crypto mining in the state. Now, it still has to go to the other chamber, but it's a 2-year ban on crypto mining for any miners that use carbon-sourced energy. And so, Dr. Clancy, I know you are kind of globally recognized as a leader in climate change policy. Seeing the ban approach here, can you explain sort of this whole where proof of work and proof of stake play into this in mining, and what is the difference between the two? Why does one consume so much energy? Why does one not?
Sure. Yeah. So one of the big criticisms of the whole crypto movement is the energy consumption associated with it. And whether or not you buy that argument or not, I guess is up to you. It depends on. Anyway, I won't get into that. But I would say, as you look at how do we make I'd say DeFi more sustainable, we in general want to reduce the energy consumption. And so as you look at how these consensus algorithms and blockchains work under the hood, you have broadly 2 types, right? You have proof of work and proof of stake. And proof of work are looking at basically proving the transactional integrity of the network by essentially proving that you can solve hard math problems. And these math problems have been getting progressively harder and harder as Bitcoin in particular has matured and require more and more energy to actually undertake and solve the underlying math problem. Proof of stake is a different approach where the integrity of the system is really buttressed by essentially who owns which stakes, and they're the ones that sort of control the consensus. And so in theory, you get similar security properties, and you can't have someone, say, hijack your blockchain and remove transactions or add fraudulent transactions. Both approaches are sort of technically interesting and important for the underpinnings of this. However, proof of work generally, because of these math problems you're solving, requires computational resources to do so, again, contributing to the energy consumption of the underlying blockchains that support. And so as we look forward, well, there's kind of 2 approaches. One is you try and make the proof of work, the systems that are implementing the proof of work schemes more energy efficient, through sustainable energy and things like that that are used to fuel them. And I know we've had conversations about how this is actually creating an economy to help promote green technologies. And so there's some interesting secondary effects that we may see in essentially the economic markets of proof-of-work crypto helping fuel the development of carbon-neutral data centers and things like that. Really interesting to see if that really matures. But then we also have these proof-of-stake systems, which Ethereum is plans to move from proof-of-work to proof-of-stake. And then many of the new layer 1 blockchains that as you heard about in the other stage earlier today are all sort of starting off with proof-of-stake as the underlying approach that they're using. And so I suspect that Bitcoin, which is really the most, it's the Kleenex of crypto, right? It's the brand name everyone knows, will continue to use proof of work for the foreseeable future. And because of its market presence, we need to figure out ways to accomplish, support and sustain it. And so things like sustainable energy is supporting the mining operations is, I think, going to be a reality moving forward. But then a lot of the really innovative use cases of Web3 are built on top of a lot of these new proof-of-stake layer 1 blockchains. And so whether it's decentralized social, decentralized gaming, decentralized, all this other interesting stuff is hopefully starting off with the right foot, on the right foot when it comes to sustainability.
Well, we're almost near the end of the panel, and I'm going to ask all three of you the same questions, and we'll start with Mrs. Gibson. I'm handing everybody a magic wand, and this is a very secret magic wand. It allows you to pass a law in every country of the law of your choice. This is a law that would help in some way advance Web 3.0. Everybody is going to adopt it, and everyone is going to implement it consistently. So you don't have to worry about anything like that. Mrs. Gibson, I'll start with you. What law would you put forth to the world?
I wave my magic wand to have everybody have access, universal access to mobile, to broadband, mobile or otherwise. And there's a proviso. I would like to see, as we do in the Bahamas, to have the regulators and the policymakers, not just in various territories, but also world regulators and world policymakers in constant dialogue, again, not working in silos, because this is something that is changing the world. So we need to make sure that the regulators and the policymakers, as we do here, are on the same page to make sure that this access to universal broadband actually changes the world, not just people's pockets, but quality of life as well.
I would wave my magic wand and second that motion. And if I would just do an amendment, make sure that everybody, particularly every child, has an instrument on which to connect and have access.
Yes.
Well, so as the non-lawyer up here,
yes.
I don't feel qualified to pass a law. As an engineer, though, I have all sorts of technology solutions I would love a magic wand to go fix, right? And so...
one technology solution we'll give you then.
One technology?
One, just
only
one.
One?
Only
one. So my background has historically been in cybersecurity, and so as I look at some of the security issues, I would love us to find solutions to some of the underlying cybersecurity challenges that exist today in blockchain. In particular, the ability to get rid of the logic flaws that we find in these smart contracts that are undermining the solvency of many of these DAOs. And really ensure that the solutions we're adopting are truly decentralized, not just distributed. So you actually get the underlying security properties of these promised by a distributed ledger.
All right, well, I'm going to take my magic wand and pass a financial literacy education law. I think it goes hands in hand with what we were saying. And that's starting in kindergarten, and this is for the unbanked and underbanked. We can give them all these tools, but we need to give them that education as well to really make a change in that. Well, thank you all so much for joining us on the panel, and the panelists will be here today if you want to catch up with them and ask them any more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we go.
Now that
That was super interesting. The Bahamas is such a great example of what to do for crypto regulation. So it's really fun to be in person in conferences again. I can usually tell who people are based on how they're dressed. Like, if a guy's wearing a suit, he's definitely in finance. If he's wearing the free conference t-shirt he got 3 years ago, engineer. If they look homeless or they're going to Burning Man, billionaire. So as I mentioned before, in the back, you can get a card and potentially win one of 2 grand prizes or NFTs. And so earlier we talked about Jam, one of the grand prizes, which gives you all access to their NFT and comedy community. Another one is an NFT by Miss Al Simpson. She's the most successful crypto artist. She's been in the Washington Post, the Financial Times. She's from Edinburgh. And she sold over 700 NFT artworks to a total value of $2 million or 700 Ether. Victoria in the Doge Army is currently her most successful sale at $60,000. And what we're giving away to one lucky person is number 14 of 20, Ethereum Queen. So you can see what it looks like in the back table over there, get your card, scan it, and the next panel is called Solving Crypto Security, Payments, and Insurance. And we have Anne-Marie Tierney, Pascal Goutier, Josh Goldberg, Bruno Macchiali, and Joe Zielkowski.
Okay, like we should ask. Allô? Ah ouais, d'accord. On parle.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our panel on crypto security, payments, and insurance. We've got an amazing lineup for you today. I'm going to ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about what their companies are doing, and then we'll dig into some questions. Josh?
Hi, I'm Joshua Goldbard. I am the founder of MobileCoin. MobileCoin is the only cryptocurrency that's integrated into Signal Messenger. Our software is installed on approximately 200 million phones worldwide. We've been going for about 4 years now. Our investors are Steve Jurvetson, General Catalyst, FTX, Coinbase, all the sort of major people in crypto.
Very cool. Hello, I'm Pascal Gauthier. I'm CEO at Ledger. Ledger, we're a security company. We do hardware wallets, and we have also an enterprise offering called Ledger Vault. Who has a Ledger in the room so I know who I'm talking to? Okay, we can do better than this, but thank you. And then ledger.com for the others. You can go online now and buy from your mobile phone, and then we'll ship you the key in less than 24 hours. And then you'll be safe and secure. You're welcome.
Thank you. We thank you.
I'm Bruno Macchiali. I'm CEO of Delchen Limited, which is part of Deltec International Group. We are a pure financial digital asset player, locally based here in the Bahamas, fully regulated, and providing multiple set of services such as trading, cold storage, staking, lending solutions, but also advisory. Thank you.
Hey everybody, Joe Zielkowski, CEO and co-founder of Realm Insurance. Realm is a Bermuda domiciled, fully regulated specialty insurance company. And we launched Realm in partnership with Deltec with the intent of providing informed and dedicated capacity to companies operating across the crypto ecosystem. And fast forward 3 years later, we've now provided coverage to companies operating in more than 30 countries around the world, public, private, traded on more than a dozen national exchanges. Great to be here.
Great. Well, why don't we start talking about the ways that all of these businesses interact with one another to provide really critical infrastructure protection for a space that is, I think, generally thought to lack some protections, where I don't think that's completely true. Josh, do you want to start?
Yeah, so we use Ledger. It's a hardware wallet that helps us to secure kinds of crypto assets. MobileCoin will soon be integrating with Ledger. We bank with Deltec. Realm was going to provide our D&O insurance, and we're now looking at using them for insurance products in the space. I mean, we work with everybody up here.
I mean, I'm going to say exactly the same thing, so sorry. But the way that we think about the problem is we're thinking about building a product for the B2C market. I think, right now this market is still business to geeks, B2G, and we've been in a B2G business since 2015 at Ledger. And what we're trying to figure out for the future is like, okay, how do you make it more B2C so it's actually ready for mass adoption? And if you think about the problem like that, then you need to solve all the pain points, which is security first, Web3, crypto, Bitcoin, however you name it, doesn't work without the security of the private key. Ease of use needs to come second, so you hide the complexity of the blockchain, you hide the complexity of all this lingo that we use every day to just build a user experience, and then you bring the comfort for the users that they usually have when they try to protect value, which is the insurance piece. And so we're trying to build this as layers. Insurance is actually already native in some of our products, like the enterprise product, and we're working with some of these people on the panel to try to do even more. And we think 2023 will be when Ledger will switch into business to consumer. I think we're still a little into business to geeks right now, and don't get me wrong, I'm a geek, we love the geeks, nothing wrong about the geeks, but we're moving into business to consumer, and prime time will be next year.
And so I think that's a great segue too into kind of the big picture and the high amount of perceived risk that is always associated with crypto. I mean, if you think about it, it was January of 2018. We're talking 4 years ago, where there was a $500 million hack on a custodial exchange because all of that crypto was held in a hot wallet with a private key that didn't have multi-sig. That's lunacy, right? And if you think about how far regulated and transparent custody solutions have come over the last 4 years, the amount of investment that's made in advanced encryption technology. It's the alphabet soup of industry standardizations, NIST, SOC, ISANA. And I think from our perspective on the underwriting side, we've had the benefit of reviewing the custody protocols for custodial exchanges and custodians all over the world. And it is mind-boggling the amount of money and resources and talent that is going in to develop the hardware, to develop the software, to develop the advanced encryption technology to ensure that we are building a resilient foundation that is suitable for mainstream crypto adoption. So high perceived risk, but we've made amazing strides over the last 4 years.
Maybe I can add a few more things on our perspective, right? Because Delchain is a custodian regulated, and we are actually having the infrastructure to provide that. And it's about using what those gentlemen are saying here between the technology, which is an important point of having a custodian solution for our clients, the insurance side, that is, as Joe said, underwriting what we're doing, so we're covering. Obviously, about building our own internal policies and procedures that are very important, because you can have the tech, but if you don't have the resources, to make sure that you are compliant, to provide such services, you're missing a big part of the action. Being also audited on a yearly basis by neutral companies that are reviewing what we're doing is very important as well, because the custody solution back in 2018 are different from now. It's always evolving. So making sure that we are always up to date in what we're building is very, very important. And I'm pretty sure that in the coming years, it's going to be going to another level. And you see that as well, Joe, I'm pretty sure.
Well, and Pascal feels it probably much more financially than we feel. I mean, trying to go through your SOC 1 when you guys went through it, and I think you're going through a lot of other, I think maybe you've got a SOC 2 in the works, if I'm not mistaken, but you know, it's that you know, critical aspect of gaining third-party trust. And we now exist, I think, fortunately, in a crypto environment where it's not enough to just stand up in the marketplace and talk about how great your solution is. Fortunately or unfortunately, you now have to go get Deloitte to provide a security audit, and you have to have industry classifications and certifications. And I think what that's creating is, you know, a form of technology and a way to move these assets that is going to be far more resilient and far more efficient than the financial system, you know, that we all know today.
And what have you seen, all these developments, how have you seen them impact, like, the willingness of institutional investors or others to come into the space? I have to assume the protections that all the companies that you guys work with and for have had a big impact on people's willingness to kind of put a toe in the water here. Josh, what about
so I think what institutions need in order to be part of crypto is extremely high security. They need to feel safe about their money. They need to have the ability to send their money predictably so that they know it's actually going to the right place. They don't want to accidentally like mistype a character and lose all the money. They want to have a secure financial system, one that has all the benefits of digital assets, but has greater security than we can deliver today with money. And I think that that's really what crypto provides and what we've been building for the last like 6-ish years. There was sort of the infancy of Bitcoin where it was very much the Wild West. And then over the last 6 years, we've seen a lot of companies just come out of the woodwork and build the kinds of things that enterprises and individuals need to transact in a new financial system. And I really believe that over the next 20 to 50 years, we're going to see crypto basically eat the global financial system. And this is happening one bite at a time. You see this conference, you see the industry, you see all the innovation, and there are just new products. There's consumer products that are coming out, there's killer enterprise products, and all of them have great user experiences and amazing security. So that's what we need in order to continue sort of just attacking this big global world of finance.
There's nothing more terrifying than transferring crypto, right? Literally, I get sick every time.
So this is a thing that we designed in MobileCoin where you can't mistype an address. That's because addressing in MobileCoin is just a phone number. So you type a phone number in Signal, you hit send, that's it. So there's no way to mess it up.
So it's like Zelle or Venmo, only much, much higher level.
Well, it's a non-custodial, fully private, end-to-end encrypted Zelle or Venmo.
That's great. That's what we all need. Then I could sleep at night. Pascal, what about you? What do you think about all the efforts that Ledger's making and how it's impacting institutional investing and comfort levels?
Sure, but let me first disagree, because I told you that I would disagree and try to make this panel fun.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, here we go.
He said he was going to
So why do they disagree? No, I think, you know, the industry is focused too much on the top line, and actually I disagree that people are worrying about security, insurance, etc., etc. And, you know, I've been trying to sell products in this industry since 2015, and there is a disconnect between what people say and what people do. So they always say the things that they have to say. Of course, like, you're not going to say, no, I'm just a crazy person and I don't care about security. So you say, sure, I care about security, but then actually you don't do it. And it's not just in crypto. Actually, if you ask like the CEOs of the top 500 companies in the US, like how much money they're investing in cybersecurity, for example, you'll find out that usually they spend more money after they had a breach or a hack than before. It's like, you know, you always take care of that problem like after it has actually happened to you. And I speak also from experience myself. Like, you know, this is what happened to Ledger 3 years ago. I can tell you that we're spending much more money in terms of our cybersecurity today than we did back then. And also in our defense, we're a much smaller company, all of this. But when you think about the market, right now the market, you know, you have hacks every day, and the market is growing very fast, and it's very normal. I mean, if you look at the gold rush, in the gold rush, people are, you know, focused on the top line, like, you know, but when they come back from the mountain and they go back in the village, then they have the gold in their hands, and then they worry about what to do with it. It's usually when they get hacked. So this industry is still vastly unsecured. Also because technologies for security in this industry are at the forefront of these type of technologies. I mean, if you think about it, like we never try to protect a private key where if you touch it, every transaction is immutable. It's a very hard security problem that we're trying to fix. And if you think about it again, like how many companies are security companies in the space? I mean, you have Ledger, okay, so we're taking care of that problem. Who else is there? And so that tells you a little bit about the immaturity of the space, like still today. Like people are focusing on making money top line, they're not really focusing on security, not really focusing on more and more on insurance, but I would argue that people are vastly running things that are vastly uninsured, and how could you insure it? Like if you talk to most insurance companies, they still don't want to touch crypto with a stick. I'm not talking about Realm here, but I'm talking about AXA in France that we know very well. You know, one of the biggest insurance company in the world. Like, you know, what do they do in crypto today? Not much. And so again, back to my business to geek thing. Like I think, you know, this is a good moment, and we're about to go into real business. So in the end, I agree that this is where we're going, but I think we're still not there. And people should not just say it, but then they should do it. And so that's what we want to see more in the market.
Just really quickly, I just want to say that what we have to make are products that automate the security for users.
100%.
Well, and Pascal, so on that topic, I mean...
Yes, let's go.
I couldn't hear what you said. You know, I think one of the other things that we've all seen over the last handful of years is a consolidation of assets onto platforms that are checking the box, or HSMs that are tested and resilient and proven in the marketplace. I mean, what's your perspective on, you know, this, I guess this trend of entrepreneurs recognizing that it's probably not in their best interest to create their own proprietary custody solution, use HSMs that are tested in the market, or allocate assets to qualified custodians in a manner where now we have an aggregation of assets within the top 8 or so exchanges. I mean, how do you see that playing out from a risk standpoint going forward?
Okay, so I will not give names, but I can tell you what I know about security and this problem. So whether it's an HSM or a ledger, you'll be shocked to see that some of the biggest exchanges on the planet are actually securing their crypto in a nano, which is fundamentally wrong because nano has been designed for a single usage, which means that to every nano there is 24 words attached, and then the problem becomes where are the 24 words and who's got the PIN code. There are billions of dollars today that are stored on nanos from, you know, big exchanges or big financial institutions, and that's just the wrong way of doing things. And I'm not talking about like the smaller exchanges that nobody knows about. I'm talking about the biggest ones. Worse, like I heard the other day that one of the leading financial institutions in the space is only securing on MetaMask. I'm not talking MetaMask Enterprise, just MetaMask. So if you go on our website and if you check my attack lab, we have an attack lab at Ledger called the Dungeon. So our job is to hack everything and to try to break everything before the bad guys actually do it. And then we warn people to say, hey, this is how you should fix it. I can drain, if you have your coins on your MetaMask today on your phone or your computer, I can drain that in less than 30 seconds. Okay, so software to protect cryptocurrency doesn't work. And most of the hacks that you're going to have at your financial institutions are actually not necessarily coming from the private key security itself, because once it's on the nano, I mean, it's secure. You can try to code an HSM, but usually most HSMs in the market have not been battle tested for security issues, so you actually don't know what can happen to your HSM. But let's say the key is secure. The problem with an HSM or with a nano is like, who's sending an order to the nano? Like, you know, what's your governance model that sits on top of it? And this is where the hacks are happening. Most of the hacks are happening into the governance, like who's got the 24 words. And you might say, okay, but larger financial institutions can figure that out with compliance. Actually, no, they don't. The other day I got an email at midnight. I was in my bed, going to bed in Geneva, and one of the largest financial institutions on the planet was texting me to say, hey, we got $300 million on a nano, we lost the PIN and we lost the 24 words, what do we do? I'm like, okay, but then you're fucked. And that's what I said. And so finally
that's a bad day.
No, I mean, but so they found the 24 words, but then the question is, okay, but how do you lose them and who had them? So that's a huge governance issue. Where were the 24 words? So nano is not, and so most of the industry is securing funds on nano today, so it's not good. You should secure your funds on at least Ledger Enterprise, or find a custodian or someone that has sort of real security but real governance on top of the security. These are the two things need to worry about.
Bruno, anything you want to add about where Delchain is and how you're advising your clients as they start looking at this space?
Well, you know, when clients are coming to us, especially for custody, which is one of our services, obviously our role is to provide them the highest security. Security is not only, as Pascal is saying, the tech side. It's about building the governance, and that's part of our policies and procedures, how we build that. Who's part of it? How do we mitigate all the risks that can have there? How do we make sure that the information on who's doing that, who's part of the chain that we are building is keeping safe, but also that we also need to protect our employees as well because they are part of something that can be part of a large flow of money. So indeed, having all those pieces between insurance, the tech, our own policies and procedures, what we're building with our compliance team as well, is important. So those are all the ingredients we need in order to build a strong custody solution. On top of that, we're also a regulated entity. So, and this is how people should always seek for a player that can protect their assets. It's not only one, and the tech is not the only thing that people should consider. That has to be much more than that. So we regularly, on a yearly basis, review all the players in all the things we're doing, including tech. Because it's our duty to make sure that we are always proposing the best solution for our clients. So it's a lot of work, but our industry is moving very fast. We have no choice. If we decided to provide a solution, we must keep we have to be on top of it. We have no choice.
And Joe, what about the role insurance is playing in the space? I mean, you've been providing insurance for over 3 years at Realm. What trends are you seeing? And are more traditional insurance companies trying to get into this space now, or?
Well, as Pascal was just alluding to, right? I mean, there are some fundamental challenges that I think have significantly slowed the evolution of traditional insurance capacity to come around with an appetite for companies operating in the crypto space. And some of it does have to do with what Pascal was referencing, where it's one thing to be a custodian to say this is our process and these are our documented procedures, and it's another thing to actually adhere to and manage and update those policies and procedures over the course of a day, a week, a month, and a year. And because of the variability of custody solutions and the variability of blockchains on which applications are being developed, and all the variability across the space, what you have is a lack of standardization, right? And traditional insurance capacity likes standardization. Traditional insurance capacity likes regulatory clarity. And most importantly, traditional insurance capacity likes 10 years worth of statistically significant loss data that puts them in a position to confidently project future losses. And we don't actually have any of those things in crypto right now. And that is one of the large obstacles of getting a lot of the mainstream insurance capacity providers to move into the space. But it doesn't mean that that's the only way to provide insurance. I mean, if you look at the portfolio of companies that we've built over the last 3 years, these are very manual, in-person, account-by-account underwriting initiatives where our insureds want the coverage, mainly because they need the coverage, right? They have to satisfy stakeholder concerns. So in order to put us in a position to account for the lack of loss history and to account for the lack of regulatory clarity and the variability of technology, we need to have a very intense understanding of how your company is operating, how the leaders of your company are charting the course for the future, and how you're going to keep your investors happy. And if we can get that level of transparency, for us, that's put us in a great position to provide an incremental amount of support to the crypto and blockchain space. And it's only a matter of time before the bigger names come off the sidelines. I would say, too, one of the other challenges is, I sleep soundly at night with the risk that we retain on our own balance sheet. But the reality is, you guys need far more limits of coverage than we can provide, right? And so the way that we insulate our balance sheet in the traditional insurance space is to buy reinsurance, right? We have no reinsurance. The same challenges that MobileCoin has finding primary cover, we have finding reinsurance. And so we've had to look to alternative strategies as a way to provide an element, not just risk transfer to sustain our resiliency, but to actually commercialize the limits that you guys need in the space. And so we just launched this regulated collateralized insurance facility, the first of its kind in Bermuda, and this facility can actually be collateralized with fiat and crypto. Right, so now we can align ourselves with investor capital. If we can't find the capacity in the traditional reinsurance market, that doesn't mean that's where our search ends. Right? We find risks that we feel are good. We find investor capital that feels confident in our ability to underwrite them, and then we build capacity through this facility. And these incremental steps toward providing regulated insurance solutions is what's going to need to continue happening in order for a lot of the major capacity providers to come over.
Josh, I'm going to ask you the next question, sort of tying some of the topics together that we've just talked about. But as zero-knowledge technologies improve in capability and scope, can we have compliance and privacy together? We've talked a little bit about regulation. We're not a regulatory panel, but we'll maybe touch on that a little bit because everybody loves regulation. But what do you think?
So zero-knowledge technology allows you to have secrets that you can prove that allow you to spend money and transfer value in a way that we've never been able to do before. Now, this is very interesting in the context of the law and the way the world works today with the movement of money. So I think the real heart of the matter is, what is the maximum amount of privacy that we can have within the rule of law? And I think the answer is that at the consumer level, you can have a great deal. When you start interacting with institutions, when you start moving money through exchanges or merchants or large-scale transactions, I think that that's actually a very different world. Regulated entities like exchanges have certain financial reporting requirements that individuals do not. If I send you $1 million, you have a responsibility to report that on your taxes, but there is not a financial crime reporting requirement for an individual. If I send $1 million to FTX and they don't identify me, that's a huge problem for them, and they're actually criminally liable if they don't deal with that. So I think that there are very different rules for individuals than there are for institutions, and what we're trying to build at MobileCoin is the maximum amount of privacy possible within the rule of law. So Signal today is a messaging app that is certified for use in the United States Senate and the European Parliament. They've successfully brought end-to-end encrypted messaging to the world, and they've done that in compliance with the law. They did that by very carefully designing their system to fit into the way that the world works. So I think that we have a duty as technologists not just to build the maximum amount of sort of technology that we can. We have to make stuff that people can use every day. There's no point in having privacy protections if you can't spend the money.
That's a good point. Pascal, this is something I just was looking, I was reading online the other day, but Ledger's now incorporated some tax accounting software into your product as well, right? I thought that was really interesting because in the US it's such a big problem for people with wallets tracking. For our IRS is still sort of a disaster when it comes to guidance on how to track for cryptocurrency transactions, but I thought that was a really interesting development. Is that based on Ledger's focus on helping their clients meet regulatory obligations, or how do you think regulation is working towards mainstream adoption of crypto and other and Web3?
Okay. So two questions. The first question is, we're developing Ledger, whether it's for consumer or enterprise, as a platform, and so third parties can actually plug their services on top of the platform for the users, right? So our two jobs are to make things secure and easy to use. And so typically, if you have to declare your taxes, we're going to try to make it as easy as possible for you to do it very natively in your interface. But that's true for taxes. That's true for sort of everything else that you want to do with your coins, whether you want to buy, sell, stake, declare taxes, et cetera, et cetera. And for this, it's just a service to the users, and the platform is open, so any third party can actually code on the platform and bring their services. They don't even need to ask us anymore, sort of.
Interesting.
So that's pretty cool, and that's a development that has happened in 21, that we're rolling out in 22. We have our Ledger Developer Conference in New York in June. It's called Ledger Open, and we have another one in December. So that's a big push that we're doing, so users have maximum usage of the platform, and they can use Ledger as the primary security, and then everything they can use in Ledger Live or in Ledger Vault. When it comes to regulation, I think that what's happening right now is troubling, because I think most regulators don't understand how profoundly this technology changes everything, and so they try to apply old rules to new world. And old rules would make sense, because if you think about the way that the financial system works before or today, you know, it's very broken. Like, you don't have one big technology bed for everything. So, you know, I can understand why you need regulation, because it's such a black box that you would say, okay, look, I don't really understand what's going on here, so here are the rules that you need to obey, right? So that's why you have regulation. When it comes to crypto, then it's very different. Like, I mean, if you're going to do something bad with your Bitcoins, I mean, don't, because that will be in the ledger forever. And so, you know, whatever you do today that is wrong, like, you know, in 5 years, we'll find you. I mean, the Bitfinex hack is exactly this. Like, those people were found, like, you know, 3 to 4 years after the hack. And there was actually a very funny picture. So they got the $3.6 billion back. And so you got the cups, you got a table, and you got a ledger in the middle of the table. And so I'm like, so who's got the 24 words? And so you can see how this could be hacked again. But anyways, so eventually we'll find you. And so that changes everything, right? Because why would a criminal in their sane mind use a technology that is publicly open, that everyone can check, and where in the end we will find you? So I think regulators have it wrong, because for 2 reasons. One, they don't really understand, so they apply sort of old rules, you know, in this new game. And or they have a dogmatic agenda. You know, they don't like freedom, they don't like what's new, they don't like innovation, etc. And so if it moves, they try to kill it. I think, you know, for us, a few provocative ideas. I think it should be as little regulation as possible to let innovation run. And again, if you do something wrong, we'll find you at some point. Like, you know, instead of spending tons of money doing KYC, AML, and all these things, okay, let's not do that anymore. Let's not suspect everybody in this room to be a drug dealer or a terrorist first. Let's just everyone do what they do. If they do wrong, we will find them, and use the money that we're not spending into lawyer fees and etc. to do KYC, AML, to fund the police and have a real police online, like a real cybercrime police, or a real cybercrime army. Because what's happening right now in terms of cybercriminality is huge. And what's happening also is the police cannot do anything for you. So you do your KYC AML, the bad guys will still do what they have to do. It's not like we're selling less drug in the world right now, like we're selling more. And so bad guys will find a way.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's actually not crypto, it's within the normal financial system. And so we can see that all these policies are vastly ineffective. And so I would argue, okay, let's stop spending money like this and let's be pragmatic. And so I'm advocating for being pragmatic, and I'm advocating for self-regulation. But let's use the money that we would not spend in KYC AML to fund the police. 150 billion euros it costs in Europe, KYC AML every year. Let's take 50 billion and fund the police with this. I mean, the police, you give them 50 billion, you know, that's the first time they'll see that kind of money, and actually they can do some work. When I go see the police in France because, you know, there is an issue, a user got scammed, etc., I mean, you know, they got no power. They can do nothing because they are not funded enough to actually go after the real criminals. So I think that's what we should do. Thank you. Come on, yeah.
So the counterpoint, unfortunately, to that, right, is personally I agree with you, right? But I think professionally, and if you think about kind of the core infrastructure that's represented on the stage here, including, you know, Deltec Bank providing an enhanced compliant framework for the onboarding of some of the biggest names in crypto to give them something as simple as a bank account, for God's sakes, right? Jumping through hoops to deal with what we could all agree are, at best, uninformed compliance requirements. At worst, perhaps something more along the lines of what you were referring to, you know, in terms of stifling this technology that's building an unbelievable amount of momentum. But this is the game we have to play if we're all committed to kind of this long-term goal of mainstream adoption and getting the institutional money off of the sidelines and giving them a clear and compliant, unfortunately, compliant roadmap into this ecosystem that I think you've spent a lot of time building and supporting over the last 8 years.
I mean, you know, I think it's not a black and white situation. And this is where we are is here and where we need to go is there. I think technology solves these problems. I think we're trying to solve problems with paperwork, where technology should solve these problems. I mean, typically, I give you an example that is not linked to crypto, but okay, so Twitter. So people complain about bots on Twitter, complain about, you know, fake Twitter profiles, etc. Okay, what if you could only log in Twitter by authenticating yourself with your ledger, for example. So suddenly we know that you're a human being. Like we know this changes a lot because now everything you're going to say on Twitter, let's say that it's against the law because you're being racist, for example. Okay, again, it's in the blockchain and that can follow you forever. And so very difficult today to actually prosecute people on Twitter because who knows, it's pseudonymous, etc. You know, it's very hard, it takes a lot of time, etc. And so let people run free on Twitter as long as they connect with their decentralized ID. And then if they don't obey the law, it's very easy to find them. And so actually I think it's a much better way of doing things. You keep anonymity. You say whatever you want because opinions should be free. Free speech should exist. However, if you don't obey the law, then equally we should be able to find you and find you easier. I'll give you another example. Online porn. It's a big problem for the kids. Are you 18? Yes. Okay. I don't want kids to connect to online porn. I think it's a terrible idea. Now, if they need to connect, if they can only connect with a decentralized ID, and decentralized ID can prove that you're 18 or not, then I think it's I think technology helps on all these things and is much better than compliance and paperwork, etc., because it's actually real. And so actually, I think the technology is taking us somewhere that is better for humanity in general, fixes most of the problems the internet has today, and regulators are trying to temper this with sort of bad regulation. So I think we should think technology and future versus using old recipes.
You know, in our case, which for Delchen, we're bridging the traditional financial world and crypto. So we're really seeing those things. So it's very difficult to say we go extreme right or extreme left because this is the value proposition we have for our clients. But the reality of our market is the crypto industry is moving very fast. Every 3 to 6 months, you have a new trend. And people like us are building financial solutions for our clients. And the third layer is the regulation will come up after that because something has been created. So they cannot regulate something that's not there yet. So it's a kind of agility that is needed, but obviously they cannot create something that it doesn't exist. So I believe if we want to keep on going and moving forward, and we're always talking about crypto world is more taken as dog years because we do a lot in a year. We have to be agile, and once everyone is really understanding that trend with the 3 layers, and once regulators are getting in, everything is being shaken up, and it's removing things in a different form. But I think there's a need. But indeed, what you mentioned with the DID is very important, and I believe that's the future. That's for sure.
We're down to, I was going to say, you want last comment?
Yeah, so I just want to say that change in society depends on the ability for people to break the law. If you look at women's suffrage in America, it was illegal for women to assemble. If there was perfect tracking, women would still not be able to vote in America. Gay marriage required gay relationships. The ability to have marijuana and personal pharmacological independence required people to break the law and smoke marijuana. In a world of perfect identity and perfect tracking, there is no change. We know what those societies look like, and we don't want to live in that society.
I agree with you.
That's what I want to say.
I think we end on that point. That's great. Let's go break some laws and innovate.
How did we get through a 40-minute conversation without talking about NFTs? I mean, that's kind of refreshing.
We didn't get to NFTs. I know, we're just about time. I want to thank the audience. I want to thank the panel. If anyone has questions, feel free to pop up. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
So we go.
Great job, panel. Don't forget to pick up your cards, and you can scan the QR code and win of the many prizes or NFTs we have. See you guys back at 1:30.
Hello, everyone. The Trusting Disruption stage will begin in 5 minutes. Please welcome Margot Avedisian.
Welcome back from lunch. Are those pina coladas kicking in? I see we have Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank. It's nice to see you're evolving from a shark to a whale. Welcome to the club. So we are going to have the sustainability panel, but just to let everyone know, right outside, you can get a card and potentially win an NFT. So we're giving away 100 NFTs, and we have a couple other grand prizes, like a jam membership. And so one of the NFTs that we're giving away is called Mystical Muses. And every time an NFT, a Mystical Muse, is purchased, 0.2 tons of carbons removed from the atmosphere. And they've been featured at Miami Avalanche, Summit Barcelona, South by Southwest, House of Rare, Miami NFT Week, Black Dove Gallery, and SLS. And so with this NFT, you get access to comedy shows, online and in person, Reiki healings, tarot. It basically heals you in every way. So you have a chance of winning one, and the artwork is really cool. And I even have one picture of me. So check that out. And without further ado, we're gonna have the Making Crypto Sustainable, Carbon Credits and Renewable Energy. So we have Erica Gemma, Barbara Ann Bernard, Rick Fox, Osho Ya, and Akbar.
And it's very important to realize that the stage is trusting disruption. In trusting disruption, it's important to make sure that we understand that what we're doing is sustainable for our future generations and for our children, right? My name is Erica Gemma. I opened up a Bitcoin center in downtown Miami in 2018. It was this huge hub of innovation that really sparked what Miami is to be today. And I have some amazing panelists, and we're going to get started about crypto sustainability. So the first question to you guys is, please give a little bit about your background and why it is that you're qualified to talk on the topic of crypto sustainability.
Are we starting with me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm probably not qualified to talk about crypto sustainability. I'm from TradFi, which means when you told me to ditch the suit, I could only ditch part of it. So I run an energy transition fund, and in the process, I've learned a lot about carbon, and we've backed the first carbon-neutral nickel, copper, and lithium mines in the world, and I have a real passion about carbon credits. And I disagree that crypto is unsustainable energy-wise, because we've also invested in some Bitcoin miners who are able to use hydro and other green sources. So that's a little bit about me.
Thanks for having us here. My name is Osho. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. I'm one of the co-founders of DClimate, which is a decentralized open ecosystem for climate data. We basically enable developers, whether they are part of business, government, crypto companies, to quickly and easily access climate data to build climate tech products. DClimate was born out of another company that I founded called Arbol, where I'm the chief data scientist. Our mission there is to use smart contracts to implement parametric insurance for climate events. And so what we realized was we had gone on this multi-year effort to index and organize the world's climate data and put Earth's climate record on blockchain. And by putting that data out to use, we can spur next-gen climate tech in a data-driven way.
I'm Akbar Shamji, and I'm a historian and a political advisor to governments, and have been for the best part of 20 years on the subject of climate policy and sustainable climate measures. And so what we've watched, more often than not, when I've been in rooms like this or closed-door sessions, they've been advising heads of state or policymakers on what climate science is telling us. And 20, 30 years ago, climate science was telling politicians that by 2030 there needed to be zero carbon emissions on the planet. So government took the very difficult step of pouring hundreds of billions of dollars around the world into renewable energy as a kind of carrot to encourage people to move towards it. And then to support initiatives to bring down their own industrial carbon emissions by their own sort of origination. Of course, what happened was industry just ate the carrot and effectively looted that government capex and kept increasing carbon emissions and growing, and big data came along and swooped it all up. And I was watching this all as a historian and as an advisor, thinking, I can see a huge lane opening up here. Crypto's booming, it's taking up global acceptance. You can't trust fiat money printing anymore. Wow. Crypto's not going anywhere. Blockchain's leading the way, and everyone's about to get taxed to death. So 2 years ago, we started deploying CapEx in the north of Norway to connect at high voltage to installations that the Norwegian government had built in the 50s in order to bring hundreds of megawatts of low voltage energy to the ground and use it for crypto mining and data. Now, that was a very tricky 2 years because it was expensive and everyone thought I was mad because people didn't really believe that the SEC was going to come along and drop a carbon audit and carbon tax on everyone. But with visibility over 30 years of government policy, heavy capex, and very little resultant success within their climate cooling initiative, it was clear. Anyway, about a month ago, you saw all of the historic miners get pretty much decimated, and I think that rot has only just begun for them. But I'm pleased to report that you can invest in BitZero, which I'm CEO of, and capture all the winnings.
Good afternoon, Rick Fox. I am here in support of my home country. I'm also in support here as a partner with FTX. I'm the co-founder of a company called Partana, which is a carbon negative generating surface materials company. We're set out to disrupt the building industry, the design industry, for materials and structures.
Very cool. So this first question is for Osho and Barbara. One of the biggest FUD pieces around cryptocurrency is the amount of energy that proof of work takes for Bitcoin mining. Now, it's also been said that Satoshi's second gift is green energy. Do you want to explain this Satoshi second gift concept and then maybe some of the misconceptions around Bitcoin mining?
Sure. Yeah. So basically, the idea is Satoshi Nakamoto's white paper on Bitcoin set out a path for how you could decentralize money and how you can create digital assets that you can take custody of, creating a form of property that you can actually own. Now, the second gift is actually an interesting byproduct of the Bitcoin mining mechanism. Proof of work gets a lot of hate, but it is an exceptionally good mechanism for determining the state of the ledger. And so, as a Bitcoin miner mines, their electricity cost is their biggest CapEx expense. And so as Bitcoin's rewards from mining start getting cut in half, for every miner, there is an impetus to figure out how do you cut this cost. And so naturally, this forces a transition towards renewable energies, which are going to be cheaper than traditional sources. And you see this in early day Bitcoin mining as well. A lot of miners moving to Iceland where things were done on geothermal. Ultimately, Bitcoin is good for renewable energy because it also helps promote the construction of much larger and much more capable electric grids because they form a constant source of demand. So I don't know how intentional this second gift is. I would like to believe it was because I love the work of Satoshi Nakamoto. But regardless, I think this is a great consequence of this mining movement.
Anything you want to comment on, Barbara?
No, I think capitalism drives innovation, and it's very positive in the renewable sector.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise there was no incentives for people to create green energy solution other than maybe tax breaks or because they cared about the environment. But now there's a monetary reason for miners to be able to do that. So if this question is for Akbar and Rick, there are a lot of founders here. When they're building their companies, what suggestions do you have to them to keep their companies environmentally friendly, and how high should they rank environmentally friendly in terms of what they're looking at while they're building?
Well, I would start with the bottom line, right? It's a business. You're in business to be responsible, but at the same time to your investors, but also to turn a profit. The best way to turn a profit is to reduce your expenses. If energy is a cost and an expense, I think that the incentive to reduce your energy or to pursue different energy sources, renewable energy sources, would help with that bottom line. So that's the first point. If you have a add on to that?
Very much to that point. So, and I don't think it's really a choice anymore. You know, where should we rank environmentally friendly? I think particularly in these kind of big digital businesses like Bitcoin, if you are not ahead of the policy curve, you're going to get decimated. So if you're a founder and you're not leading energy thought, if you haven't put capex and time into perfecting an energy ecosystem for your business that will escape society's demands for renewable and government's demands for carbon reductions, you just lost your money.
Yeah, I mean, you say that within your company, you stay ahead of some of these policy changes. Like, how do you guys do that, and how can other founders look to do that?
It's amazing how openly available the information is. Climate scientists and climate science are all in complete agreement all around the world. They have been for 25 years. So it's not difficult to pick up any number of journals or papers, read what happened at COP26, read the pre-planning for COP27, 28, and you'll see where governments are going, because they tell you, we're going here. It's not a sort of loose, casual debate. It's mission critical for governments.
I would add to that, but governments are starting to tax carbon, and when you do that, it incentivizes good corporate behavior, not because it's a cute ESG story, because it's a better way to run a company. So for example, in Canada, there's a carbon tax today. It's $45 a ton, and it goes up by $17 a ton every year until it gets to 150. So if you use your capex to decarbonize your manufacturing process, you have an edge on all of your peers, and it's better operating leverage, it's more profitable, it's just a better way to run a business.
Yeah, the work that you guys are doing to actually stabilize the carbon credit markets is I think, an incentive to pursue manufacturing materials, opportunities, because once that's stabilizing, the feeling of safety comes into it, which generates more carbon credits, which generates more people searching for more renewable ways to generate energy.
So carbon credit market is a $50 billion industry. How do you guys see blockchain making this more accessible? Like you said, stabilizing?
Yeah, stabilizing. Yeah, stabilizing it, the safety and comfort with which I think industry will be generated around the markets will allow for the actual utilization of those funds to go back into industry, greater manufacturing. Barbara knows of this as well, the ability to use those credits to the benefit of growing your company.
And what happens in the current carbon credit markets? Are there fake carbon credits out there? Like, I don't know too much. Yeah.
So one of the interesting things with the voluntary carbon market, at least, is that there's a growing demand, particularly from corporates and countries that want to be carbon neutral by 2030, 2040, 2050. They've set a lot of ambitious goals, but the supply isn't necessarily getting online quickly enough. And part of that is because in the analog world, verification is still done manually and very slowly. So one of the consequences that we found of putting Earth's climate record on chain is that we can build next-gen offsets, which are digital assets by nature. So we're, in the next couple of weeks, going to be publicly announcing a system we call DClimate Cyclops. Cyclops will be open source, and it has the ability to take a satellite image of a forest and compute the amount of carbon on there. And so now when you're talking about particularly old growth tropical rainforests in areas where it's very difficult to do manual verification, you can do instant verification, tokenize the carbon, and now you have the digital carbon offset that companies can trade. It's an actual asset they can hold. And in return, countries or individuals will get cash flow for long-term preservation because we're doing constant monitoring as opposed to a one-time retirement. And so ultimately what we hope this results in is pay for preservation. Long-term preservation of natural assets is incredibly important. And if we can monetize natural assets without destroying them, I think this becomes a revolutionary shift.
So that brings me...
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to put a question back to you both, because that's sort of fiercely interesting. I just wanted to know whether that's being integrated with the kind of big accounting companies and the audit process, or how you could get it there. Because if you could get it there, that would be groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the things with the verification is that when you do it on chain, you naturally have a registry built in. Now, when you open source the data and you open source the models, you know, many traditional businesses would look at it as you're giving away your IP. But that's okay, because now we have an open verification system. Any climate scientist, any data scientist, anyone can pull down data or propose even a better model, perhaps, right? Where we make our money would be with the origination of the offsets and managing vintages of offsets that can then be further tokenized and create carbon derivatives and this idea of carbon-backed money. And so this is something that I love about blockchain and Web3 as a whole. What blockchains did for open source software, they're doing for all public goods, which is they bring a way of monetizing public goods by aligning incentives. So we have found a way to monetize this process while maintaining open source code, and I think that's ultimately beneficial for more market participants because they know exactly what they're buying and they don't have to trust a third party to tell them what they're buying.
I will say, though, all carbon credits have to be independently audited, you know, and that is part of the integrity of a credit. I have a view that carbon is the currency that is going to fund the energy transition and whilst preserving and restoring our natural resources. And in order for it to be a currency, it needs to be, you know, you need to be able to verify it, which the blockchain is fantastic for. We can say this credit came from this acreage of mangrove or seagrass. And then I think you can also apply AI to that credit so that you can monitor it over the course of its lifetime to ensure it did what you said it would.
Yep.
And so when you add transparency and you know, and you get rid of the greenwashing fears, and when it's digitized and can trade 24/7 and settle globally, now we have a currency. And then we can apply the principles of corporate finance to countries. And this is what gets me really excited is the intersection of traditional finance and blockchain. And I call this refi, so regenerative finance.
Yeah, and talking about that, because we are now monetizing data sets, right, that you said are constantly being pulled from these satellites. But let's talk about the oracles. So that connection, if it's garbage in, garbage out, it's bad data on the blockchain, then you're pulling information that's bad. How do oracles play a part with AI to make sure that we're getting good information?
Yeah, so we use oracles both at Arbol and DClimate extensively, and we use them in a variety of ways. And in fact, when we were first building Arbol back in 2018, there wasn't a lot of great Oracle systems available, so we actually built our own, and then later scrapped that to work with Chainlink, which has built a phenomenal solution for the Oracle problem. So for anyone who's not aware, the purpose of an Oracle is to pull data into a smart contract. And that brings tremendous value because smart contracts' inherent security comes from the fact that they're isolated from the rest of the world. But in order to build bigger applications, you need to feed in data. So we rely on a lot of publicly available data. So in the case of Arbol, when a client comes to us to get data-driven insurance against a climate event, maybe it's a resort like Baha Mar, they might come to us and say, we're worried that when it's too windy and too sunny, we lose revenue. And so they'll hedge those two risks with us. The smart contract lives in our internal infrastructure and pulls in solar radiation and wind speed data. This same data can be used to sell coverage against electricity production to renewables farms, you know, wind farms, solar farms, or even to a BTC miner because we can do it all on chain and they can pay their premium in BTC or fiat, it's their choice. So that's one use case of an oracle. In the case of carbon, what you would ideally want to do with the oracle is essentially make the computations against the satellite data and pull that on chain so that you can verify the AI algo that is calculating how much carbon there is within this tract of forest. And so once you give that baseline data, which was collected by NASA or maybe the Japanese Space Agency or maybe even a private satellite, once you have that data on chain, anyone can access that. Then they can trace the actual calculations of the AI algorithm, so it helps remove some of the black box nature of it. And if they have a better idea for how it can be computed, or perhaps they go on the ground to collect actual measurements using hardware, you can start updating those models. And so oracles and blockchain actually give you a ton of flexibility when constructing these offsets or these insurance contracts, really any digital asset that you're trying to create.
Very important. Let's say that you're getting data for these countries, and now these countries are able to participate in corporate finance. I love that you said that, just based off of what they're doing environmentally friendly. Now we are in Bahamas. It's beautiful here. Rick, what's happening right now? Probably getting discussed right now in the legislature.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I have to commend our Prime Minister on today's introductory welcome speech. It shows once again, as a country, we are leaders in disruption. We are open for disruption. It's our history. And that takes courage, right? And that also speaks to FTX. It speaks to their setup here on our ground here, choosing to disrupt the industry and to lead the industry forward from the Bahamas. So you're welcome. Those that are here, please move, join, bring your businesses. We support it. Second of all, the Prime Minister just released a carbon initiative bill. So as we are forward thinking when it comes to blockchain and crypto, we're also now moving into the forward thinking processes of around the carbon credit markets. So as a co-founder of a company with my partner Sam Marshall, we are leading in the creation of materials that will change the construction industry, which will offset a whole bunch of carbon credits. What we'd like to do is see those carbon credits not only create an industry here in this country, which I care about because it's my home, but also have those carbon credits be something that our country can benefit from as well. So the sooner we stabilize the carbon markets, the more safety and security we'll feel as a whole, the more money will flow into, and the cycle will continue to flow. And I think blockchain will have a huge part in that creation of that safety.
And what are some of the solutions you guys are all providing in the green energy sector? I mean, you said that you're creating green building materials. That's awesome and necessary, right? How about everybody else?
I'd just like to go back to rounding that off, and obviously big up the Bahamas.
Oh, yes.
Everyone likes to be here. You know, it's the most incredible work you guys are doing, and it is a massive future answer, the whole thing, the carbon currency and the visibility into what really is and isn't happening. I guess going back to that historian and kind of political advisor and policy analyst hat, it's critical that you get government audit support early, because you'll make all the solutions and it'll take them 10 years to understand it. So let's say with a fair wind, you're 2 or 3 years out from what we as a voluntary human society will trust one another for. Institutional capital is not going to be able to support you the way you want it to, when really they should be helping you from now. I'm sure they are, but they should be, every human being should be wanting what you're doing. So I would maybe just get them involved and tell them to get involved if they're not.
Are there specific policy changes you guys think should be implemented in the United States or any other country that make more crypto sustainable mining attractive?
I was just going to say, very disappointing news today that the New York State Assembly has voted to ban Bitcoin mining. I think it's short-lived, and
they already have the bit license. It's okay.
I know. It's you know, there was some expectation that this would possibly happen, and it hasn't been turned into official law. It still needs to go through a couple more rounds of voting. But really, the perception that mining or that cryptos are bad for the environment is very unfair, and it's inaccurate. So I'm excited by the work that's being done by the regenerative finance movement in general to help take that image back. I think a lot of the changes that blockchain spurred in people understanding their own ability to custody property and provide liquidity, the changes it made to traditional financial systems by offering alternatives that are still growing, can hopefully extend to this narrative of being bad for the climate. Because one unfortunate thing is we have a lot of conferences, the COP26s of the world, and there'll be a COP30 and a COP35, but ultimately you see that there hasn't been enough change on the climate action front, and hopefully, you know, the stage is called Trusting Disruption, so hopefully some tech can disrupt that and make that change happen faster.
I'd just like to add that I want to commend the community here. because they're not running away from this conversation. They're in pursuit of evolving to a better solution. But there are multiple industries that are needing to do that, right? When you talk about the climate at large, that's a challenge that we're all faced with, not just one industry. I just think that the fact that we're out in front trying to find the solutions and are actually moving towards them, there's also something that should be commended about that. So, you know, obviously your patience is required. You can only move so fast, right? But I think the vision of the job is ahead of us, and we see it.
Yeah, and there is that economic principle of voting with your feet, right? Moving to the places of the world that you like what laws are being passed. So you're going to see this exodus continue to happen from states like New York to places like the Bahamas, to places like Dubai, to places like Miami that are being very forward-thinking. They're attracting this new and different type of talent. And then I just feel like policy changes need to happen where, not need to happen, I mean, getting rid of policy is probably the best, but let's say that making sure that federal law doesn't create restrictions for the states, because the states as individual states can make their own laws, and then we're going to see how industry will reward that, right? So back to my other question, what are you guys building in sustainable energy? What have you seen? What are you excited about with green energy solutions and mining in general?
I'll just go really quick. I signed an NDA, but I saw something the other day that was pretty amazing in an energy capacity. I'd like to see it here on our floor, on our grounds and our waters. And so something's on the way. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, for our part, we've been looking globally at previous governmental deployments of capital into renewable infrastructure that either hasn't been finished or is no longer used by the military or just hadn't quite been finalized. And in many cases, you know, the lion's share of the really heavy capex has been done. And so energy-heavy industries can sort of follow the example. And again, it takes a little bit of time and a little bit of investment to perfect your energy supply. And I didn't mean to take anything away when I said that, away from the importance of optimizing energy efficiency within your specific business ecosystem or operational strategy. I was more coming at it from the overall energy infrastructure. And coming from that perspective, which is the main one as a Bitcoin miner, because innovation in ASIC chips, for example, or immersion cooling, you know, there's one or two verticals and there are huge houses working on it, and we will always find the best ones. Kind of at large, racing after the quickest bit of energy you can find for as many miners as you can put into it, it's a fast road to bankruptcy. Taking a moment to partner with the government, do a little research. I mean, these are companies with huge balance sheets that could walk into Wells Fargo Bank and pull down $1 billion, and within 18 months of work, have 5 gigawatts of government partnership, brand new clean energy, but they're not doing it because they're chasing the next quarter's results. And as a society, we can't really think like that anymore. So what are we doing with, I mean, for example, I was in North Dakota, amazing state. They are driving innovation around hydrogen generation and storage. They're perfecting catalytic processes to allow the hydrocarbons industries to make themselves zero carbon emissions. But they've also, on the First Nations lands, already got the infrastructure for, you know, dams and hydro. And so we've been able to go in and make the explorations and put those deals together, partner the CapEx, and demonstrate that it's there. And going forward, we're going to share all of that information and invite other people from our sector to join us.
On our end, on the Arbol side, we do a lot of coverage for renewables companies, ranging from wind speed, solar, water levels for hydro, water temp for nuclear. And this has a global footprint. There's a lot of demand across the world. And so there,
Wait, so to be clear, Arbol is an insurance company that underwrites green energy?
Well, we do anything that's data-driven insurance, and we focus on climate-related coverage. And so we operate with agribusinesses, energy companies, leisure, all sorts of different verticals. Energy is a huge part of our business. We do a lot of work with utilities, and over the past year, we really developed a brand for ourselves by hedging the climate risk that renewable energy producers create. Because it's great to have a wind farm, but if in your area there's not enough wind speed, you won't generate the electricity and get the revenue that you're looking for. So we can do the hedging of not just that wind speed, but even the production, because it's all data-driven. And so that data lives on DClimate, which lives on-chain. And so recently on the DClimate side, part of the renewable energy story that's become really exciting is we are working with turbine manufacturers to do more turbine-level forecasting of energy production, and also new forms of renewable energy. So green hydrogen has been talked about a lot.
Cool.
It's the idea that you can create hydrogen, which can be used as fuel, but you create it using renewable sources. So we were tapped by the country of Namibia through their main university to be the exclusive verifiers of their green hydrogen production. They're building, I believe, the largest green hydrogen production plant in the world, slated to go online in 2025. And they're going to power it all with wind and solar from the coastal desert area. So first we come in and we verify the amount of energy being produced. Then secondly, we have an opportunity to really set a standard here where we can relate the production of hydrogen to carbon prevented. And it's actually similar to some of the stuff you were talking about, and it's very cool because in one of my first calls with them, they also wanted to track the carbon used in the materials for building. What's in the concrete, what's in the metal, right? So right now, governments haven't really set forth a way to think about this, so the market has an opportunity to set up a structure that says, you know, for every 1 ton of green hydrogen that you create, you've prevented X tons of carbon from being thrown into the atmosphere. You monetize that, now that makes building a green hydrogen plant even more attractive because you can get paid to build this, you can source funding to build this by pre-selling credits. There's a lot of exciting work happening in that area.
I agree, as Larry
Rick looks
thinks-
excited.
I get excited. It's so cool.
Yeah, I like Rick's company. You know, as Larry Fink said, the next 1,000 unicorns aren't going to be search engines. They're going to be in green hydrogen, green cement, building materials. So I run an energy transition fund, so I think every investment we have would be applicable to this subject matter, and very passionate about all of them. But I think one of the things I'm most proud of right now is our firm's engagement with several countries on advising them on mapping the country of opportunities in terms of carbon credits, and going in and not only advising on how, but offering to fund and list, and trying to see this from the perspective of a country who wants the most that they can get from their natural resources, because other people historically have approached this from the perspective of a company who's just trying to buy credits for as cheap as possible. And so that's something that I think can really be deeply impactful for many countries.
A regulated, sustainable market is going to change the game.
Yeah.
100%.
Plus, also the ability for individuals who maybe don't have the ability to buy Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies in the open market, but they do, you know, have some technical experience. They can plug a miner in and get clean, non-KYC Bitcoin that they mined themselves, that they know the history of. So there's all these, I feel like, opportunities that happen in emerging nations. This is why you see Bitcoin so adopted in Venezuela. And it's just because people have different opportunities. Now, what I love, the solutions that I've seen created because of Satoshi's second gift is immersion mining, and then also the excess gas, the waste gas that's made from when you're drilling for oil is now directed towards Bitcoin miners. Are you guys seeing anything in that innovation side that you're super excited about?
So one of the things that we're doing at every plant we build is to capture the excess heat from the data centers and plug it directly into educational programs and greenhousing. Okay, typically, these hydro plants can be in very remote and slightly sort of unforgiving areas. And the populations there might need winter food, they might need education, they might need training in these things. And thus far, data centers have let the heat just go. Whereas the computers are basically a pass-through and a conversion for the electricity into heat. You get almost all the energy going through the computers and out to nowhere. it's not a huge bolt-on to capture it and put it to work. In West Africa, we were consulting data centers on technology to recapture the heat, turn it into refrigeration, and then have vaccines and medicines available, which otherwise they couldn't store in those areas, and people were, suffering everything you would suffer without those things. In Norway, it's specifically tomatoes, because they're not available in the north, and they like to eat them. In North Dakota, the plans are to work very closely with the First Nations. Anyway, heat capture to create something useful, sorts of thinking. And to your point about the CO2 capture, North Dakota is really driving some amazing use for driving CO2 back down into the ground and then storing it in their unique geology. So I do think there's a lot of great stuff going on.
Yeah, you're really seeing the revamping, I would say, of old industries that are now using Bitcoin mining as a way to continue to monetize, right?
When I was at Bitcoin Miami, not this year, but last year, there were a number of CEOs of listed Bitcoin miners on the stage, and they got into a bit of a disagreement on, was a sustainably mined Bitcoin worth more than another? And to me, the answer to that is no, it's a commodity, but the company that is mining in a more sustainable manner is worth more. And particularly now with the SEC coming down and hard on, wanting a carbon footprint, et cetera, companies that don't have to buy carbon offsets are inherently have higher margins. And so, I can think of two companies off the top of my head that are listed and green miners of Bitcoin. One's Bitfarms in Canada, and they use hydro. And the other is kind of an interesting one, Stronghold, where they're using the cold tailings, and there's enough BTU in there to mine a Bitcoin, and there's no other way to get rid of those tailings other than to mine them. And because it's a vertically integrated mine, in my opinion, they're the cheapest producer, lowest cost producer of Bitcoin that I know of in the public market. So I like when capitalism drives better business models.
So last question, then I'm going to let the audience know where they can find you if they want to find out more information. But maybe there's some people in the audience who are interested in providing sustainable crypto mining. Is there any key energy features that you feel like they should look at before they start investing? Maybe not financial advice, but some investment tips for people that want to get involved in crypto mining, but sustainably, of course, because that's the panel. Or maybe not sustainably.
I think everything that the panel has said, I think all sort of points in the same direction around that answer. So looking for energy that you have proprietary ownership of for as long as possible, at the lowest possible cost, at zero carbon displacement penalty to the rest of society. So, if you go into an energy ecosystem, let's say a town with 100 megawatt feed, mixed coal, oil, gas, 60% renewable, and you pile in there and take 20% of the renewable out, the first thing that's going to come up is more coal and more oil. If you're a non-essential industry, they're going to come for you going forward under the policies. So you have to bolt on your own energy supply contribution in the most efficient way if you want longevity at low cost.
I think also it's important to remember that the hardware is constantly improving, right? The first gen Ant miners were way more inefficient and way less powerful than the current gen Ant miners, and just using Ant miners as an example. So I think even on the hardware side, Bitcoin mining will have its Tesla or its iPhone moment where
you're seeing IBM's coming out with their chip that's supposed to be 1,000 times better.
Yeah, you start seeing bigger companies, bigger semiconductor manufacturers getting into this. I actually have a friend who's, interestingly, he's working on mining Bitcoin using photonics chips. So there's all sorts of ways that, and it comes back to what we were talking about originally, which is as soon as you improve that efficiency, you are inherently running a better business, right? And so there's a lot of research and development going into that.
Rick, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I would encourage you guys once again to spend your energy with people that are in the solution search, not spending too much time on the problem in the sense that they're complaining about it, right? Find yourself in countries with leaders that are progressive around legislation, the Bahamas, that will work with you to move that forward so that we at the end of the day are growing in the right direction collectively around climate and sustainability. And that's what I would challenge you to do. Join us in the fight to find the solution.
And don't invest in any Bitcoin mining companies unless you see a power contract. Do not get scammed. So you just want to share where they can find you? Go ahead, Barbara.
Sorry?
Where they can find you if they wanted to get in contact. Or maybe your company website, whatever you feel most comfortable with.
Yeah, so we're just Windcrest Capital. We're actually a Bahamian firm. So it gives me, I'm so proud of this conference. Bahamar, our country was really hurt by the pandemic. We're predominantly a tourism-driven industry, so this just fills my heart. We need more of this. This is the right type of diversification for this country, so thank you to everyone who came and supported the conference. So I'm Windcrest Capital, and I think we're www.windcrest.capital, actually. Very simple.
You can find me on LinkedIn, pretty active there. Of course, because I'm in Web3, I'm also active on Twitter. You can join Declimate's Discord, start working with that data. On the Arbol side, we're over at arbolmarket.com, and on Declimate, it's declimate.net. So I invite everyone to join our Discord and start building with data.
Bitzero.com. bitzero.com.
You can find me in the Bahamas, right here. You can find me with leaders and like-minded people that have the courage, like FTX, and the rest of you here that care about this mission. And you can find me at partana.com as we disrupt the building industry with our surface materials that are carbon negative. We're going to build homes, and we're going to change the world for the better. And it's going to take time. The more of a community we have, the shorter that time will be.
We'll give it up for our panelists, you guys. Good job. That was fun.
Nice to meet you, fella.
Thank you, panelists. That was a super interesting panel. So as I've mentioned a few times, you can win NFTs if you get a card from Deltec outside of here. Has anyone won anything yet? Anyone in this room? Just scan the QR. Well, go get a card because there's a good chance that you would win something. One of the NFTs we're giving away 50 Encryptus NFTs, which is another women empowering NFT collection. It's actually sold out. It's faceless coder chicks. You can see what they look like if you go to the booth where you get a card. And it's all about promoting equality in the space. If you own the NFT, you're able to contribute to the community and the evolving space. And holders get exclusive access to some special 101 Babes auctions and attend curated events. So the next panel that we have is called Asset Allocation into Web3, from VCs to family offices. So Dan Roberts, Grace Isford, Sarah Kunst, Baek Kim, Edward Mankata, and Peter Najarian.
We gotta get more people in here. All right. GM to all. Everybody file in, get seated. Don't miss out on all the alpha. Thank you guys for being here. We got 5 very smart people on this panel, so a lot of good stuff to talk about. I never like to waste too much of our time doing everyone's resume, but why doesn't each of you just quickly tell everyone in the audience specifically what your firm does? We have a mix here of venture, we got some TradFi people, we got firms that have just been started in the last few months. And be specific, whether it's we've invested in BTC and ETH, or we're funding a couple crypto startups, maybe it's Bitcoin mining, maybe it's the gaming space. So why don't we start with Grace?
Awesome. Thanks, guys. I'm Grace. I work at a fund called Lux Capital. We invest at the intersection of technology and science. I focus on computational science. We're proud investors in FTX, also investors in Anchorage, Stacks, as well as several others and a few liquid positions. And I spend most of my time in crypto infrastructure.
Jake.
Hi, I'm Beck. I'm a general partner at Hash. We're an early-stage crypto fund managing over $5 billion in crypto assets. We focus on incubating and helping founders go from 0 to 1. We incubated Terra Money in 2017 and X Infinity in 2018. So we focus on Web3 infrastructure and gaming.
Hey guys, I'm Pete Nigerian. I'm the managing partner of RW3 Ventures. We're a digital asset and Web3 venture fund as well, focused on early-stage opportunities. We come at it from an operating background. Several of us have been operators at some of the larger crypto-specific infrastructure firms that have exited. So a lot of our orientation, while it's equity and tokens, is around helping startups really build into great operating businesses.
Hi, I'm Sarah Kuntz, I run Clio Capital. We do some crypto and some not crypto, but in the crypto space, we're investors in Gemini, Falcon X, Alto IRA, and a lot of other awesome stuff in the space, and we do a little bit in Web3 as well.
Hi, my name is Edward Moncada. I'm the co-founder and managing partner of ProtoFund. We're an early-stage Web3 investment firm. Previously, I was the founder of Blockfolio, which was acquired by FTX in 2020. I'd say my partners and I typically focus, on branding, marketing, product, trying to help, early founders get from 0 to 1 as they kind of go on their journey in the Web3 space.
Nice. We know Blockfolio from the athlete endorsement deals and all that good stuff. Well, let's start this way. I mean, for those of you who've been here all day, earlier in the morning we had Mike Novogratz up on stage, and back in 2017, I thought this would be a good place for us to start. He famously said, "The herd is coming. The herd is coming to crypto." That was kind of a quote that everyone picked up at the time. I first started writing about crypto in 2011, and there's an interesting debate still about, have we gone mainstream? Is it mainstream? I think these are 5 good people to ask. I mean, is the herd now here? And when we say the herd, I mean, this is a great event to ask the question, because a lot of people I've met in the last 24 hours, you've got, a mix of TradFi types who are here saying, we're getting into crypto. And are they really? Have they been told, buy crypto? Is it as simple as buying tokens? Is it, investing in the companies? So are we really mainstream? What would it take to go mainstream? And Sarah, let's start with you. We had an interesting chat, backstage about certain firms that are now dipping into crypto, but maybe not all of them really get it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that crypto is not, it's not something that gets to be gate-kept, right? And so, anybody who wants to get into crypto is and should feel welcome. That being said, if you're, a family office or a venture fund who's never touched it before, and your first sort of dip your toe in is, hey, I saw one deal, and it's not somebody who has a background in the space, but, surely their NFT project will go, to the moon. You're probably going to get burnt. And so, I think that crypto, the herds are here, and the question is, how do they not lose their shirts?
Yeah, and Pete, I know that you come from kind of the banking world, and you guys just started your fund. You probably encounter a lot of this. The people who are saying, well, crypto's clearly a thing, it exists, and we need to be in it. But what does that actually look like?
Yeah, I think the herd's here, but not invested, really. I mean, I think that, a year ago, and this is particularly true in the family offices that we talk to, and these are sophisticated teams that are invested in multiple asset classes where they have portfolio management expertise that comes with, it's fairly long in the tooth. And a year ago, that group wasn't, and I'm making gross generalizations, I apologize, but wasn't sure it wanted to be meaningfully invested. And now a year later, when you have those conversations, they wonder if they aren't short because they're not invested or invested in the way they'd like to be. So if you think of kind of like individual investors that are institutions, which is a little bit what the family office world has turned itself into, way underinvested in the space, but super curious and spending a lot of time getting educated. And we've had the success we've had in a short period of time in growing our fund has been largely around their desire to plug into people that they think will have the time to help educate them along the way. That's been a theme. And then if we look at real financial institutions and the real money, and once upon a time I ran global emerging markets at UBS, so I've been through this cycle before of a brand new asset class that goes vertical. It's
massively underinvested. I mean, there's, again, a ton of interest and a ton of work and a lot of really talented people. You hear Novo talk about that a lot, which is this talent drain that's coming out of TradFi and landing in our space, and it's very real and it grows every day. Way underinvested currently, in my opinion.
Is it hard to make the case that any of these firms are underinvested at a time when the market kind of can't catch a bid? And of course, we go through all these cycles, but you've got a lot of bullish recent news and reason that you would think that things would look pretty green, and they don't right now. So it's just an interesting time to be at a conference where we're talking about investing in these assets.
I mean, I'll take that. I think that we have to be careful. This asset class grew up at a time of massive expansion, monetary expansion. I mean, we came out of the financial crisis really in 2009, and it was just hammer down of liquidity for the last, 13 years. So maybe, and we're all wondering, what is this going to, as risk comes off or as liquidity gets drained, why can't this asset class catch a bid and disconnect itself, et cetera? But no one's asking the question, where would this asset class be if we hadn't had that level of monetary expansion and that level of liquidity pumped into the system in the first place? That might be the more interesting question right now, frankly.
We've been talking about, the point of view of investment firms and institutions, which are definitely coming in. We can debate how much the herd is really here. But just briefly, let's talk about, the retail investor, the average person. And Edward, it's a good chance to go to you. I know, Grace, you're in FTX too. But, right now, an interesting thing happening. We're at this conference, FTX and Salt, and FTX, among many other exchanges, is making a big marketing push, right? They want to get the average person to buy in, and this is the place you should go to if you're ready to buy. Of course, FTX kind of built its name on a more sophisticated type of trading, but having built Blockfolio and sold to them, what do you see happening now when it comes to bringing in the normies?
I still think, I don't know. Can you maybe rephrase the question a little bit? I'm still a bit confused with what you mean.
Yeah, it's just the challenge of bringing in regular people who they've seen a lot about crypto, they're ready to maybe dip a toe in, and that's why I think a lot of them, the most they would do is just use a centralized exchange, right?
Right.
But then separately, there's institutions that are, having big bags. Maybe someone told them buy a bunch of Luna, whatever it is. And if it's really going to go mainstream, right, you need both parties to come in. So I'm just interested in that consumer-facing side of adoption.
I mean, there's broad mainstream awareness, there's broad mainstream speculation, right? But I still think we're very early days in utilization of these protocols. And so I think that's going to be the next big challenge, transitioning, the retail, I guess, speculators into actually, participating in the ecosystem. I mean, I think that's what I'm saying.
I'd add to that. I think in addition to education and accessibility, the three main things for both retail and institutional is one, fraud and risk. People are just genuinely afraid of losing money potentially. Two, security, smart contract risk, another wormhole hack, et cetera. And then three, reliability. And that's more for the institutional side. But how do you get systems to run reliably at scale when MetaMask goes out, when Node as a service has no more than 2 nines of reliability?
Well, and it can be very narrative-driven too, right? We're talking about the market right now, and I think a lot of people that have considered dipping in, they really just purely look at price from day to day. And so they see that for the last few weeks, there isn't much movement. What about on the regulation side, which is getting a lot of attention, I think rightly so right now, and there's a lot of contradictory things happening. Earlier this week, Fort Worth decided they're going to do Bitcoin mining. But on the other hand, you got New York State, which is trying to do a moratorium on Bitcoin mining. So I'd love all of you to give your take on whether this stuff throws cold water on bringing in institutional investment, venture funding. I mean, to these things about regulation, especially SEC, Gary Gensler, a lot of negativity there. Is that keeping people out of the space?
I mean, I don't know if a city in Texas wanting to use more energy is groundbreaking in terms of regulation, right? And I don't know if New York taking a more conservative view is groundbreaking either. So, I think it drives news cycles, and in general, news cycles drives attention to crypto, and in general, driving attention to crypto is a good way to get crypto to move and to get more people, net new in the ecosystem for the first time. And what all press is good press as long as they spell your name right, and that name is spelled BTC, right?
I think these are going to be regulated markets. I just think it's a matter of time, and particularly in the West. And there's going to be some level of bifurcation between what happens in the West and what happens in other parts of the world. But if we imagine a world, and this is kind of separate from using the mining example, any adjustment that's going through an extreme adjustment with like power use, et cetera, is going to be clunky and difficult to get right immediately. But if we imagine a world where peer-to-peer trading of assets is here to stay, and I would imagine we all believe that that's a world we think only develops and grows over time, and that many more assets are going to be tokenized and tradable than have ever been in the past. We believe that in the West, that only happens in a regulated and taxable way. That can only fully unpack when the participants are fully KYCable and knowable and fully taxable. And because that's a core belief of ours, because we believe DeFi is here to stay, because we believe tokenization of a much more broad universe of assets is going to be a game changer for years, and because we have this regulatory view, for us it kind of can't happen fast enough, right? Like let's get through this cycle. It's going to take a while, and it's going to be clumsy. So let's get through that process to really get to a mature asset class.
Beck, is that a contradiction from the whole original ethos of what crypto was supposed to be? I mean, it's just interesting to hear, Wall Street types say, oh, we're going to bring in, it's going to be a regulated market, KYC, AML, and then you have the crypto OGs who the whole reason they got into it in the first place was they didn't want that. This was supposed to be something else.
You've just defined us in 2 different camps 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think his point is fair, and I agree as a kind of asset class definition of this industry. But for us, as we've been working at Founders as a more of a crypto native fund past 5 years, when we define kind of herds coming into the industry, we mainly focus on engineers and creators that are supplying some of the tools and content that we can enjoy in crypto industry. And I think even though the industry has gotten so big, I think we are still in a stage where there needs to be more supply of content and tooling for us to really flourish as a users. But I'm seeing a lot of very optimistic data points in that regard. For example, I've been helping personally a lot with the university blockchain clubs. My school, Carnegie Mellon, started blockchain club around 3 years ago with 10 people. It has now grown to the biggest club in the school, 250 people. And all the schools that I meet at like East Denver, in like San Francisco, they're all at range of like 200 to like 400 students. And what I like about them is that they're all building and they're actually thinking about becoming a founder. When I look back when I was in school, and I was a really enthusiastic venture guy in school, but I was still, I think, looking for validation and approval to be seen from VCs and like tech companies that I'm capable. But what I like about the people joining industry right now is that they're very passionate that they can add value today by defining a protocol and launching. Yes, some of them are really risky, not audited and everything, but I love that mentality and continuing to build. So I'm getting more data points in that regard. And additionally, not just students, but living in San Francisco, I just see so many inflow of talent coming from FANG and Web2 world where the stock vesting is not as exciting as before. I myself was at Amazon previously, and I joined around like $300, and I saw a massive growth. So these companies would give offer based on projection of growth of stock. That doesn't work anymore, and all these new grads and engineers are unhappy about it. Same thing in Asia, China, like the tech stocks are going down like 10% every day. They're very mad and sad about what they work for, and they invested over 4 years, but it was nothing. And many of those talents are turning away into Web3. So I love, it's a sad thing, but I love that many different angles is pushing people and talents to come into crypto and supply the content and the tooling in the space that we need.
Yeah, I know, Grace, that you're interested in talking about the tooling, especially. A lot gets made about Web3, and I still want to get into kind of how VC is different when it comes to Web3, but everyone's like Web3, and we're not really there yet. I mean, there's still a lot of projects that say we're a Web3 platform, and really they're kind of LARPing for now, and I think the UX has to get a lot better. I mean, something that was said earlier today on a panel that I say this all the time. Someone said, go tell your grandma to buy an NFT using MetaMask, and it's like log into MetaMask, convert ETH to wrapped ETH, buy it on the site. It's just not going to happen.
Right, and to your point, right, a lot of these Web3 companies are not fully decentralized themselves, and so that's something to keep in mind. Going back to the earlier point around what does an institution need to actually get into Web3, you think about the three main problems, right? One, reliability. We need a much better developer infrastructure stack, the picks and shovels, monitoring, reliability, scaling, everything we basically had in the Web2 developer stack. Two is security. So how do you manage and monitor smart contract risk at scale? Most CEOs I talk to, the biggest risk and failure of their company would be in a terrible smart contract hack. And then that is kind of building out that financial infrastructure stack there in order to enable merchants to hold crypto with less of the risk. And then the third point being the fraud and risk, which pertains directly to number two, folks building the fraud and risk engines. Folks like TRM and Chainalysis were kind of early in the compliance and monitoring space. But in those three categories, reliability, security, and kind of fraud and risk, we are going to see tons of more companies, and they need to exist if you really believe hundreds of millions of users and institutions are actually going to put money in crypto.
Are there enough companies and projects working on this, on the picks and shovels?
There's a lot of early ones. I think we need way more. I mean, I think Chainalysis and TRM and folks like that have 10x potential in compliance alone. I think we're still early on the developer stack, but we're growing quickly. And security side, I've been searching for additional really exciting companies leveraging technology to smart contract auditing to do it more efficiently and at scale.
How many people in the room have used MetaMask? Raise your hands. Yeah, pretty good. It's more than I expected. I still think there's something here in terms of, I want to pick at that a little more. I mean, there are kind of multiple, there's a lot of tribalism within crypto, right? So some of what's being talked about at this conference, we're talking about Web3, we're talking about improving the UX and using these tools and building better on-ramps. But a lot of it is purely investing based, right? It's family offices, it's people who are just buying and holding crypto on behalf of others. Are these in any way kind of, I mean, these can all coexist, but there's an interesting tension to me between kind of the origins of crypto as a space, peer-to-peer electronic cash system, which is not how it's being used, versus, the Ethereum and NFT and DeFi space, right? And it's almost becoming at the point where it's silly to call it all one industry. I mean, we're talking about different things. But is that something any of you watch, that kind of the contradictions there, and are those groups getting closer together or farther and farther apart?
So we do exactly what you just said in terms of how we think about the market. We view, and I came to Bitcoin originally through the lens of emerging markets, and I believe in the store of value use case as still being, which was talked about at the Layer 1 session today. Store of value to me in the early innings of this whole experiment is still the killer app, and will be for a little while. But you shouldn't pay us or anybody a fee to buy Bitcoin on your behalf, in our opinion, or even ETH in that matter, for that matter.
Store of value just for Bitcoin?
I'm sorry?
Just for Bitcoin?
I mean, we don't. So we think that as technologies really advance, that demand pull is critical to making for use cases to really materially scale, and there's huge demand pull on about half the planet for stores of value that aren't in constant periods of devaluation. And in truth, for the first time in my lifetime, which is probably longer than many of you, we're going to now, the only way we're going to get out of the debt cycle in the US, again, it was mentioned this morning, it's right, you have to monetize the debt. You have to reflate the debt effectively into value over time. So store of value is now a thing everywhere. And that use case we think is baked, and we think it's critical, and is the killer app in the early innings of this whole experiment. Separate from that, we think that there's a ton happening right now that is uninvestable, to be honest. And there's a lot that's very investable and exciting, but the notion that all of Web 2 just magically ports over into this new thing that's Web 3,
right.
and really what we're talking about is just the securing and management and parsing out of data and the ability to charge rent for it. That's essentially what in our opinion, what Web 3 actually is. The notion that all of these functioning entities and apps that are highly functioning are going to immediately port to Web3, we just don't buy that yet. Like rideshare apps on a blockchain make sense, right? You can pay rewards points, you can stake, et cetera, et cetera. But the disruption of an Uber is a really difficult thing, and it's not going to happen quickly. And there might be 5 groups trying to do rideshare apps on blockchain. So we just take a more cautious approach. We think you have to invest in builders that have built something in the past, not teams who've never built before. And it doesn't mean they have to have built in crypto, but they need to have been builders. You have to have use cases that you believe in. Use cases are going to really matter. You have to find revenue models, and that's kind of the big unknown, which is very odd to me in this market. I've been in it now full time about 5 years. This concept that revenue doesn't attach back to assets is and how you invest in assets only exists here. I think that's going to change. And then, lastly, you got to get valuations right, and valuations are frothy right now. So I could go on, and I'm already getting long-winded. We're big on, let's try and really unpack the use cases that we think make sense and can scale in the intermediate term, and then let's make sure we get the teams and the valuations right.
And to your point, I just think they're very different investing profiles. If you're investing in NFTs or metaverse versus DeFi and protocols versus crypto infrastructure. I spend most of my time in crypto infrastructure, and I think there's not enough attention in it. Like 30 bill invested in blockchain related last year, and only like 5 of it was roughly in crypto infra. So I think more attention needs to be given to that in order to scale the next 100 million users on that NFT platform or that metaverse consumer platform, which again, to me, is a very different investing skill set.
I think for us, we do focus on Web 2 to Web 3 transition in that how do we help people onboard to Web 3 as a talent, as a builders. But I think as an investor, we don't really focus too much on how do we port over Web 2 to Web 3 in that as a venture fund, we try to really find things that are only possible in Web 3 and start there. And later as you grow, if you see limitation on expanding or scaling or being accessible, we try to solve Web 3 problems that are more accessible to Web 2 people who are used to Web 2 services in a way that it's more usable and more, I think familiar. But I think if venture investing in Web 3 start with the concept of how do we define Web 2, this service, to Web 3, I think we're limiting ourselves in a very kind of limited opportunities. And I think many of the big protocols or ecosystem that have grown in the last 4-5 years, all of them are quite, I think, new, that we didn't even think about that's possible. So even today, there are so many new engineers and small projects coming to this conference and other hackathons that will be really weird, but I think that will create a new user experience down the line. And we're always worried that actually we're thinking too Web 2 minded. We're being too realistic, because I think this conference is not realistic. I think FTX is not realistic. All the gains in crypto are not realistic. So, just trying to be very open-minded and just seeing what's possible and just thinking in a way that are we doing something that limits possibility in Web3 and try to remove that barrier when we invest.
Let's drill down on how VC and Web3 is actually different and the ways in which it's not different. I mean, Sarah, you'd be a good person to start here. And I'll give us a more specific prompt. I mean, at the beginning, especially later on when DAOs came along, there was a lot made about what's so great is we've circumvented the traditional route of VC. Now you're not going to the same old firms in Silicon Valley, Sand Hill Road. Now we're raising different ways. And instead, what we're seeing a lot of is projects announce it's the same VC firms. It's Andreessen Horowitz. It's some of the same firms that are backing these crypto and Web3 plays, which is okay. But you wonder if, for all the talk about disruption and finding this new way of doing things, it's ending up just kind of back in the same way that tech startups and raised money before, and we got that mad parade of unicorns for a while, many of which did not play out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that crypto and Web3 are both plagued by sort of hey, we have to be different for different sakes sometimes. If you're starting a project and you need money and you're willing to sell some of your ownership of the project to take money, great, you could do that via VC or a DAO or whatever. What I tell my founders, right, is if the terms are clean and the money's green, like take it and go build. And so I think this sort of like puritanical battles between, you're not Web3 enough, like, like just go build. If you build something amazing, it should transcend all of that, and it should be this, and the same for funds, right? Funds that weren't in crypto, right? I could name a lot of VCs who, when I started going out to Silicon Valley, would laugh at me when I talked about Bitcoin, and they said, that's something we use to buy drugs on Silk Road, like that's not real. And now they're Web3 investors, and great, like you love to see it, right? So I think that thinking that VCs have to stay in one pile and that Web3 founders and crypto founders have to stay in another pile and never the twain shall meet isn't realistic. The other thing is, I'm not saying Beyonce's Illuminati is real, but when you move up the capital stacks, there are fewer and fewer sources of income and money. And so the reality is that the same people who are buying Twitter and buying Doge are often in their family office sides investing in the Andreessens of the world. And so, this is an industry that does largely exist to create and make money. And so I don't think it's shocking that the people who've spent decades in some cases building institutions to fund new ways of, using technology to make money are funding new ways of technology making money.
Totally, and that's venture capital, right? Like at Lux, we say we invest in people inventing the future, right? Which could be crypto, could be many different things. And so if you look historically, just as the venture industry has evolved, it's where the smart people building and where are foundational platforms waiting to be built. And I think both of those things exist in Web3 today, and that's why you've seen a ton of VCs, whether or not they're crypto native, dive into the space.
Edward?
Yep.
Anything on this?
Regarding like Web3, I don't know. The only thoughts that really kind of came to mind when you guys were discussing just recently is really around timing of some of these investments. And I would say, we still have a couple more cycles to go, and as these cycles come up, you're going to see the volatility dampen. And I would say, at ProtoFund, like we're not really that bullish on things like DAOs and governance. I think those things really rely on like the number going up, because when the number goes down, you lose participation. As we get deeper into the cycles later and you have less volatility, you're going to have less of the downswing. People aren't going to leave the space. They're not going to leave. They're not going to disengage with these protocols. And I don't know. That's the only contribution I had. As far as
I also like the kind of timing and kind of different phase of venture funding in crypto industry, because I think you mentioned all the kind of big U.S. funds, right? In 17, 18, and 19, if you look at the investment and returns, it's basically all same portfolio, different funds investing in different combination. And I was talking with some of the LP here, and they said, it was great return, but when I look at their deck, it's all same portfolio. So it's kind of like this, So, but I think now it's improving. I think, we're starting to see divergence of style and, thesis and, return on different funds getting into this industry. And also different focus, whether that's geography or like a category within crypto as well. For us, we are very passionate about making different approach to investing and focusing on local markets and helping them grow globally. The reason for that is I think many of the crypto funds have been presenting that add value as being very smart, was OG in crypto, we can help you with token model, we can help you get listed and all that. But I think we've grown so much as an industry that crypto actually touches on so many different things, as we talked about today, whether this is like macro or regulation or target demographic that you're trying to target, or emerging markets that you really need to understand the cultural aspect. So I think there's going to be a rise of new funds or existing funds catering towards helping founders with the knowledge of what it's like to build in Asia or India or emerging markets in LATAM, that you're not just helpful in the crypto aspect, but you can actually help them with understanding of where they come from and what kind of users they're targeting. And for us, the first step was opening office in India for us in Bangalore. So we have 8 people physically based there. And the reason we did that was we've been investing in India past 4 years, but we didn't want to pretend that we know India, right? Like we don't want to be a fund where we have one Indian guy who graduated Stanford, lived in US whole life, and cover in India, right? Like we want to actually be there locally and actually cover and help founders. And that's how we found all the founders in early stage for Terra in Korea, Axie Infinity in Ho Chi Minh. And we want to just continue to do that with more resources now that industry has grown so much.
And I think that's a huge point. I think also the point about, you know, the 18, 19 vintage funds, and those were brave funds, right? I mean, what they were, the bets they were making look easy now in hindsight. They were brave funds, but the truth is, if you're in one of those funds, or in several of those funds, you likely have basically the same portfolio with different investment percentages. And it means that you were in 7 or 8 layer ones that went vertical. So again, not easy, but all winners, right? Now it gets harder. Now it's like 3-dimensional chess suddenly, right? Now it's, okay, we're slowly identifying as an ecosystem which are the layer ones that actually have legs that are going to compete with ETH in a meaningful way. Oh yeah, and by the way, there's meaningful build happening on multiple tech stacks at the same time. They're building use cases that you have to determine if you think are viable in a Web3 or a decentralized environment. And some are building them on a singular chain, some of them are building them in a multi-chain environment. There's the layer 1 versus layer 2 debate, which is, I think, going to go on for quite a while. There are bridges and interoperability between chains. This just got a whole lot harder, in my opinion. So it's not to say that the easy money's been made. It's not to say that that was easy money. But I do believe that you're going to, and that was your point and a good one, don't be surprised that huge entities that are professional investors, and that's all they've ever done is built big venture machines, look at this asset class and say, oh, now it really got harder. Now we're all in because we think we can differentiate with all the tools we bring to bear.
Yeah, and you can look at that as a positive or a negative. Let's bring it back to, you know, what we started talking about in the, I guess, the title of our panel here. You know, we're talking about multiple different forms of investing in crypto, right? We're talking about traditional family offices that just say to someone, buy us some Bitcoin and ETH. We don't want to go on Coinbase and buy it. These are the people who supposedly, if they were just be a Bitcoin spot ETF approved, everything would be off to the races. We're talking about venture and backing some of these companies. But to hear you guys tell it, you know, it's okay about the regulatory concerns. That's not going to keep people out. The picks and shovels are going to make the experience better. Yes, the UX needs improvement, but that's not going to keep people out. Here as we stand, you know, it's been 13 years since Bitcoin, you know, I guess 10 or 11 years since Ethereum. We got more and more options, chains, multi-chain future. What are the remaining obstacles to the herd, the mainstream folks, the institutions, the more cautious people coming and rushing into this space? What still needs to change and improve?
So in 2013, I wrote an article for the Daily Beast of all places about how baby boomers should put 10% of their gold allocations into Bitcoin. And like 6 months ago, my dad texted me and he's like, hey, sweetie, I was thinking about buying some Bitcoin. Dad, you could have funded my retirement too, right? And so to some extent, I think that this gap is just adoption, getting people to talk about it and go, you know, I'll plug Alto IRA, my company that's wandering around here somewhere. You can use a self-directed IRA dollars to buy Bitcoin, right? Those are the kinds of shifts that I think you need to see to get more adoption, which then drives long tail, more innovation.
I think you need to think about incentives too. We talk a little bit about Lux, crypto, and incentive engineering, right? What are the incentive structures needed to get more people into crypto? NFTs had a lot of novelty. Financial gain of DeFi summer gained a lot of adoption. And so how do you think about platforms, companies, and just even educational systems to incentivize folks to buy Bitcoin or try out crypto?
For me, I think best way that we can improve is, I usually ask this question whenever I talk to kind of institutions or newcomers to crypto, in that, like, I don't care about your company perspective and vision, but like, do you use crypto services actively? You know,
have you been rugged?
Are you the power user of these crypto apps? Because even within this conference, I think there are a lot of people who are new to crypto and excited and share Web3 vision, but you know, I was actually also surprised that a lot of people use MetaMask. And,
yep, me too.
You know, but when I asked them, like, like what kind of apps do you use daily, like weekly basis? And many people tell me Coinbase, FTX, so mostly trading, not so much like actually trying services and apps getting built or like money market analysts. So I think being a little more, I guess, honest about where they are in the process of crypto and what they're going through and what our challenges are, rather than trying to protect yourself by saying we are in crypto, we're excited, we're on it. I think it's a community effort, and each one of us are evangelists. And if we are not comfortable with all the apps, and if I'm not motivated to use the crypto services every day, there's something wrong, and we start from there. And what's the problem there is.
I think scale in crypto still goes through Bitcoin, personally, and that's where the journey still starts for people in almost every case. And there's a lot written about this. The vast majority of wealth in the West is held in the baby boomer generation, the vast majority, and almost all that capital is held and by regulated entities. So whether it wants to labels me as a former Wall Street guy or not, the reality is big adoption and big scale comes when the baby boomer generation has vehicles that are regulated and custodied in a way that they're comfortable to start making allocations into this asset class, largely starting with Bitcoin, ETH, et cetera. Then from there, while all this great work is happening, and and we love it too, while all that great development and all those great engineers are building out Web3, you've got the parallel thing happening in which real capital's coming in a much bigger way.
So what we're hearing from, in terms of advice for everyone who wants to get in, try out the tech, and adoption is only going to get bigger from here. The herd may not all be here, but they're almost all here, right? Can we give these 5 a big hand? Thank you, guys. Great stuff.
Thank you.
Thanks, panelists. So this is the Trusting Disruption stage, and it's sponsored by Dell Tech. Dell Tech really is on the forefront of innovation for banks. They were the first bank to start banking crypto companies, and they also work with regulators and helped move Bahamas in this direction. So Dell Tech is really amazing. You can buy crypto if you have a crypto company. So definitely check out their booth outside and get one of those cards, and you can win NFTs. So this is a really exciting panel. We have some superstars on it. It's crypto and sports, empowering athletes and fans. We have Avi DeBeer, Noah Garden, Dominic Good, Adonis Aslam, Jonathan Lerner, and Apollo Ono.
Mask in the front.
So this might not be a good time, but Dominic, Formula One's coming up in Miami. Wonder if you can hook me up with some tickets? Maybe the Mercedes party? Is this a bad time?
Let's have a chat later.
Okay, awesome. And congratulations, Adonis, going to playoffs. Feel free to hook me up with tickets as well. So I'll let you guys continue the panel, though. Thanks.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thanks for coming to our Crypto and Sports panel. My name is Avi DeBeer. I'm the Vice President of Business Development at FTX. I'm extremely excited to have all these gentlemen on the stage here. I'm just going to turn it over to them to introduce themselves one by one. So, Paulo, please kick us off.
My name is Apollo Ono. My previous life, I was an Olympic athlete for the U.S. for like 15 years. Retired in 2010 and got involved in crypto. I now lead the team at Tribe Capital, and we invest into early stage projects and founders.
Adonis Aslam, 3-time champ. In my previous life, I used to play basketball, but now I'm kind of like a nerd. I'm a sponge, and this has just been an exciting ride for me, learning crypto and just all the connections I've been able to make. So this is the next phase for me, and it's just a pivot to get involved in this world and understand everything.
My name's Jonathan Lerner. I'm with the Washington Nationals, part of their ownership group, and I lead all of our blockchain-related, I call it integrations at the team level. And I've been investing in the space for a few years, and it's been a ride.
I'm Noah Garden. I'm with Major League Baseball. I've been here 22 years, started at MLB.com way back in 2000, and currently Chief Revenue Officer and oversee all the business for the league.
Hi, my name's Dominic Good. I work in the partnership team at Mercedes Formula One, and my role is to find new partners for the team and to work with those partners through the life of their contracts. I've been in motorsport for about 5 years, but most of my career was in media and advertising before that. So in a way, slightly new-ish to big sports, but loving it.
Excellent. So Dom, let's start off with you, and we can kind of work our way down here. But my first question is related to the fan experience. You know, how is fan behavior changing, and what is tech and culture sort of doing and evolving with what fans want out of the game?
So I think fan behavior, or what they want, is much more proximity. Get closer to the action, get closer to the team, get closer to who we are. And if you think back, not that many years ago, let's say 12, 15 years ago, your only interaction really with Formula One would have been to watch a race on a television screen, or maybe to read something in the newspaper, and that was about it. Now we're doing 500 pieces of content a race, or at least over a race weekend. We're reaching 150 million people with that over the weekend on social media, and people are clamoring to get closer and closer and closer. And I think that's really where a lot of what we're working on with FTX is going to be in that fan engagement piece. And we're really looking forward to talking about that and showing you what the plans are in time. No announcements tonight.
And Noah?
Listen, for us, it starts with the athletes on the field, right? Everybody comes to see the product day in and day out. When you take a step back from that, for our fans, it always, for leagues or teams, you have to provide innovation, right? And if you look back, at least for where Major League Baseball was, we were the first to be on radio, first to be on TV. You move forward, we were the first to stream games in 2002. There's always something new that you have to keep up with. This is just another piece of that, and the technology that it provides in the crypto space for us, and what it could be for the future of helping our fans have a seamless experience within the park and even outside the park as they want to get closer to the athletes and the teams. It just is opening up a lot of new doors for us.
And I'll piggyback off of what Noah said, that for us, any of crypto deals that we've done, the Washington Nationals have done, essentially the question we ask ourselves, how does this improve the fan experience? And where we're really beginning at is this something that our fan base can use? And so for us, our deals have an element of kind of practical application, and focusing on payments is something that's incredibly important to us. And that obviously that affects the fan experience in the park.
Udonis and Apollo, you guys are athletes, right? So really interested to hear your perspective on what fans want from the athlete perspective with technology and culture in the evolving space.
I'm sure you'll agree with me. I think the fans want to be as close to being a part of the team without coming to practice and doing the work, right? I think they want to feel like they're a part of it. I think they want to kind of not be on the team, but build a relationship with the team, with the player. If you take, for instance, what the Nets are doing with the Netaverse, even though their playoff is over. Yeah. But it was a great idea. If you take what the Nets were doing, and it gives the fans an experience to feel like they're at the game, sitting courtside. Yep. Those are the kind of experiences that they're looking for. Access to the locker room, something that just makes them feel a part of it, like they have a relationship either with that specific player or with that team. You know what I'm saying? Because there's so much on the outside looking in the stands, so they really want that access, that exclusivity to that player or to that team. I think that's what really gets the fans, more excited than anything.
I think something that's interesting is you peel back like the kind of layer of participation and engagement that fans want, what they used to have in terms of access, how we've seen social and all of the apps give access in real time, either through Twitter, either through Instagram, through YouTube, in some semblance of like an engaging fashion, although it's somewhat policed and monitored. Now they're having an even deeper level of like contextual ownership, right? So you can categorize ownership in many different layers, but having ownership over that particular moment, experiential, you were there, you owned a piece of that, whether it's in some semblance of an NFT, which unlocks greater levels of engagement. And I think the next generation of both fans and consumers who are fans of individuals in sport, of teams, of what that brand represents and is, it just gives all these different ancillary means of not only revenue, but also it kind of unlocks this really unique aspect of what happened before. It was just kind of like, creator-led. You've got star player who's kind of speaking at the audience. And then now there's this kind of community ownership model where I feel like I'm a part of that particular athlete, again, without like doing the training and such, but you're there in real time. And so, whatever that type of unlocking tends to be in utility from the rails and what crypto can really help, I guess, embrace and also power, that's what's really cool about this experiment. And so we're seeing that with, top tier brands and how they communicate through those athletes that have engaging audience. And I think the pendulum has swung so far on the one side where when you have a massive audience to utilize and communicate with, people want to have very deep connection and relationship, both on field and off field. And if there's a financialized model that allows them to appreciate that in some capacity, either in the form of an NFT or whatever that is, that's when the conversation, in my opinion, gets really, really exciting.
Interesting, very interesting. So one thing I want to touch on here is a little bit about crypto as a sponsorship category in sports. Many of you on this panel have done crypto partnerships specifically related to sports, and this has really just come onto the scene in 1 year. The FTX Arena deal was done, I think, March of last year. What was it like internally when you start hearing and seeing all these crypto deals being done like across sports, teams, all over the place? Like, what was that conversation like internally?
Let me go first?
Yeah, please.
So I was in the NBA bubble. So I was like, what, can I cuss? I could say, what the fuck is this? So literally, I'm in the NBA bubble, and it's like 4 months, and I have this time. I have this idle time, and they say idle time is the devil's playground. So I said, let me turn it around. Let me learn something. So I always wanted to figure out stocks, and then I'm literally watching CNBC every day. I'm literally getting my daily vitamins, and then crypto. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm literally just learning stocks, and here comes crypto. So luckily at that time, we had Andre Iguodala on our team, who's, a guy with San Francisco, who's, very smart. Yeah, very smart guy. I was in Dre's pocket.
Yeah.
Dre, come here. So this is now, mind you, I very rarely give credit to somebody who's not a Heat guy.
Right.
But Andre Iguodala is a very smart fucking guy. Steph Curry is as well.
Yeah.
When we talk about the NFTs and we're talking about what people are following and what people are doing, I think Steph Curry and his team is doing a great job of the memorabilia and providing access to the fans and different opportunities just to be a part of his journey. Breaking the 3-point record. I think they're doing a great job. But for me, I didn't know what the hell was going on. So I studied as much as I could, and fast forward, I get out of the bubble. The plan, God has a plan, and FTX is taking over the Miami Heat arena.
Right.
And I'm been the longest. I'm the oldest guy on the team. Everybody know I'm like 50. So they say, okay, we're changing the name. You probably the only guy that's been here when we had the first name, so we'll keep you for the next name. And I say, okay, cool. Now they're saying FTX. So I'm saying, this name rings a bell. Where have I heard this name before? Sam walks in. I know that guy. I know that guy. Now fast forward and everything is starting to make sense to me. Literally, right after we changed our name over from the Miami Heat Arena to the FTX Arena, I hit Sam with questions. What the hell is this coin? What the hell is this coin? I don't understand this. What is a Navy coin? What is an Army coin? What the hell is this? He looked at me and he said, you really want to understand? I said, yeah. He said, well, if you got time, I'll explain to you. So we spoke a little bit more later. Fast forward a couple days later, we had lunch at my restaurant. And I literally hit him with all the questions that I literally couldn't understand in the bubble. Market cap, what makes a coin this, what backs a coin, all these different things. And through that, conversation, I was able to learn a little more. But for me, I just had questions. You know, I'm a sponge, and you know, everything happens for a reason. Literally 4 months ago, I'm in a bubble, scratching my head, and next thing you know, I'm next to the smartest crypto person in the world. I would not pass that opportunity up to fire off questions.
Yeah.
And I fired them off. And you know,
great
fast
plan.
forward, it just worked out the way it did.
That's awesome, man. And we love it. We love having you as a partner. So it's a great journey.
Thank you.
Listen, from our perspective, you know, I don't like you would use the word sponsorship, but it's an exciting time, right? Anytime there's a new emerging platform or business out there, money flows. And so on the one hand, there's a tremendous amount of money flowing into this space. I mean, you see us all here. Everybody's having fun. It's on CNBC today. At the other end of the spectrum, though, you got to be careful. Like, we have an obligation to our fans, our teams, and all our partners to make sure that if we're going to introduce a brand or a partner in this space to our fans and our players and our athletes, they have to be one that stands for sort of the same thing you do. And so when this started happening, we all, you know, we met with a number of different potential partners, and at the end of the day, you know, where we ended up with FTX is we found a partner that we felt stood for the same things we do: integrity, safety. And then you take a look at the fans, and what can a partnership like this provide your fans? Well, one is an introduction, right? Just like you said, like, it's kind of like that what the fuck moment. People didn't know at that time a lot about crypto, and they want to learn, so you start introducing it to them. On the other hand, again, when you look at the experience in the park, like, there's payments we want to take with them. You know, is this partner going to allow us to move forward and help us with the technology chops that they have to achieve that result? And, you know, they do, and we are. And so that's going to be the next generation of that partnership. And then, you listen, we haven't really even talked about the other, the other fan side, which is collecting and NFTs and how that's emerging. But again, another one where you sort of have to walk before you run. It's easy to go out and sell something, but when you're putting your fans in that position to spend money, you don't want them to buy something and then the next day that thing be worthless and have a bad taste in their mouth. So you have to be kind of methodical with your approach on these partnerships.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You know, like, when all of us saw all these kind of, you know, stadium renaming rights, massive sponsorships with huge amounts of dollars, it was like both scary and super exciting at the same time. So, you know, the crypto space, in essence, we're always looking for what is going to be the next adoption curve and ratio to bring more participants to not only accept, but also utilizing, building, et cetera, in the space. And something that, you know, all of us saw in real time was this idea of going from the top down, right? So a lot of crypto is very technologically difficult to understand, right? When you're talking about, you know, layered zeros, L1s, L2s, swaps, stacks, everything is very, very, it's a very high kind of redefining of a financial model. And instead of going that route, they said, hey, how do we go from a penetration perspective, use culture in this country and around the world as a way to say people, they love the NBA, they love the NFL, they love the MLB, they love, you know, people love F1. And then using that as a catalyst to say, we are going to open up this conversation from a cultural perspective. And so we've seen that mechanism through the way that, you know, celebrities and sports stars market specific brands. You know, to make it to your point, I mean, you guys are probably looking for long-term capital partners, but long-term brand partners. And so I think it's taken a long time to amass the type of both capital on some of these centralized exchanges and others to be able to have even access to begin and come to the table in a way that says that they are serious for like a 10 or 20-year period. And then the beautiful thing is that cultural shift and change happens really fast because, you know, athlete X says, I now am a part of this program and understanding. Team Y says this, stadium is now recognized. I mean, these are cultural phenomenal shifts that are so critically important in terms of how our next language of communication is going to be. And so when I saw, you know, what was happening with FTX and other partners in this space, it just like, it kind of blew me away because I was like, wow, this feels like now the real push is coming in an arena that I didn't even think was going to happen.
Yeah, the sponsorship, to your point, is that paradigm shift. So kind of talked about capital formation and partnerships, talked about kind of, it took a certain amount of time for some of these centralized exchanges to basically get big enough to plant a flag. One thing that we did it for the Nationals, we actually did the first decentralized deal. So we did the first sponsorship deal with a DAO. And so it's also, and I don't think it's going to be the last deal with a DAO. But that required an incredible.
A good band name, Deal with the Dow.
What, sorry?
Deal with the Dow is a good band.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. No, let's talk after.
Jonathan, for people who don't know, you should tell them exactly what happened. This is pretty phenomenal.
Yes, sure. So we actually did a entitlement deal for the club that we have behind home plate with Terra. And it was pretty interesting because for the deal to be ratified, we actually put forward a governance proposal, and it had to be ratified by the community. And then, there was a sense of radical transparency because all of the deal terms were essentially in the governance proposal. Then you have to figure out, okay, well, who are we contracting with, right? Like a DAO is just kind of a thing in space. There's what is the in real life interface? And so some really great kind of brainstorming. The Terra, who we did the deal with, was decentralizing their IP.
Can we get some mic assistance here on Jonathan's mic, please?
So I'll just speak loudly. Terra took their brand IP that was Terraform Labs, and they actually decentralized it and put it into a trust. That trust, the beneficiaries of that trust, are the token holders, are Luna. So, thank you. So they are the token holders. So. We did our deal with the Terra Community Trust. So, but there was a chance when we were watching the governance vote if it was actually going to pass or not. But it was the fastest vote that passed. It was like 97%.
It's very groundbreaking.
Yeah, but there was a moment where, I mean, you're talking about a major league team's front office watching an on-chain governance vote and following the community in real time as they're commenting on deal points, which we actually did take into account and make some adjustments and some clarifications. So that level of engagement, that many people at one time, that directly, that was something really powerful, and it's partly the technology and also partly the culture of the space.
And what was how did the vote fare out? What was the percentage?
It was 97% in favor.
Perfect, amazing. Dom, do you want to mention just sort of what it was like internally thinking about partnerships with the crypto industry?
So how it felt to me when we started seeing all this coming, if that was the original question, was I had this fear of missing out. I have to say, there was this wall of money and companies, brand names, which I'd never heard of, coming into sport generally. And we as an organization were extremely reluctant to get involved, I have to say, from 2 points of view, really. One was, it was an area we just didn't understand as an organization, so there was that sort of reticence to engage. But more importantly, it was that we couldn't really see what crypto companies could do for our sport and for our relationship with fans. So we had to figure that one out. And then secondly, on the other side, it was this really fear of who are these organizations? Are they real organizations? These are companies that didn't exist 5 years ago, sometimes, well, in your case, 3 or 4 years ago. So how do we know who we're getting into bed with? And is that, we are brand custodians for Mercedes, so we have to be really sure who we're getting involved with. So there was a long process where we sat behind, watching, seeing what was happening. And some of those earlier deals, I think, were a little bit, if I can say, a little bit phony. I mean, getting fans to vote on things. I mean, how is that going to work for a Formula One team? I mean, we don't have a stadium, so we don't have the ability for a fan to say, well, I want to vote on the music that's going to be played, for example. I saw that was one of the benefits that came with NFTs. So it was only when we really dug into the partners, and I actually met you guys at FTX, and it was your first deal, I think, with the Miami Heat that really changed the landscape, because there was a deal that had to be done with public procurement process that was very fully transparent, and we could really understand who you were and as a company, and give us great trust. And then the second point, and I think you mentioned this, Noah, is a meeting of minds and values, and we want to do the same thing together at the same pace. We're not being told what to do. We don't know what to do. None of us really do. So we wanted a partner that we could work with, who could educate us, who could experiment with us and could do things at our pace and to provide things which felt authentic to the fan base. And we're delighted, and I think we're going to have some amazing things which you're going to see from next weekend onwards.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Miami Grand Prix. Definitely keep your eye out for what we're going to launch there with the Mercedes team. I'm going to move on a little bit towards the investing side of things. Apollo would love to hear from you on this, specifically, what kind of deals are you seeing like in crypto, and are any of them related to sports, and maybe even not just sports, but like fan engagement as well? I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
We've seen deals range from hardcore cricket fans in India creating kind of fantasy leagues associated with like real-time attribute accumulation depending on how much you're staking and participating in a particular protocol or network. We've seen existing soccer owners in real time try to decentralize a component of their ownership and fractionalize that ownership through a potential DAO. Some of those things are happening kind of in real time. We've seen conversations around old legacy brands that maybe have not performed as well in the US that are maybe have the rights to media or extreme sports or extreme games or X games, whatever that might be, and then conversations around what does that acquisition actually look like, both thematically from a legal and regulatory compliant perspective, and then who's going to run that DAO, because as we know, like DAO governance and proposals typically, they start like this in the first couple proposals and then they really kind of trail off towards the end. And so is there a better mechanism in which we can interact with these things? But I've seen everything. I mean, obviously, I think sports betting in general, both in centralized and decentralized, is a very, very hot, and the revenue model there is pretty clear. Are there going to be crypto rails in a way that give more ownership over maybe owning a piece of the house or whatever that looks like? To me, I think I get most excited, and we haven't made a lot of sports-related investments, and we're still kind of trying to understand what this looks like over the next 24 months, but we're seeing more. And the community-owned entity that has ownership over a particular brand or sports arena or team or idea is really fascinating. So esports is a category that you can't miss. Obviously, kind of legacy brands that are here is something that's really fascinating. And then mirroring the idea of, can you have these moments where people are actually peer-to-peer lending, borrowing these assets, or betting in some capacity? Can it be done in a regulated, compliant fashion? And can you do it in a global 365, 24/7 arena, which crypto is kind of designed for? And I think that's where some of the friction is, because some of these old systems they're quite cumbersome and the friction's very high. Yep. And if we can break through, I think you'll see revenue streams that are unprecedented across the space. And hopefully we can find a few of those and support those partners.
Yeah, the opportunity is certainly massive, and it's going to take some time and a lot of effort to get there, but that's the exciting part of the journey. Jonathan, from an ownership perspective, have you guys invested in crypto projects, crypto businesses?
Well, I'll say that we have a family office, and we've invested. So I would say that the education in the space has been ongoing, and we've been in it for a little while. The investments from I guess in crypto projects beyond that are actually I gotta kick it to Noah, because there's some really fun equity plays that MLB has taken, and really they want ownership in the space, and it follows a track record of things that MLB has done over time.
No, would love to hear more about that.
It takes me back to the early days of MLB.com. We had a lot of emerging technology. We started streaming games, and there was lots of new players in the industry. And so what we found is when we found a technology that we believed in and we thought was going to benefit what we were trying to deliver to the fans, we actually did take stakes in those companies. It worked out really well for us. One, it creates alignment. Two, it gives us an opportunity to work with them to help create something that works for both of us and, again, ultimately the fans. So fast forward to where we are today, we've started to dip our toe in the water. So we have a relationship with Candy on the collectible sides. We're doing NFTs there. We have our new Topps deal. We now have equity there as well, and a big piece of that deal centers around NFTs and the future of collecting. Listen, I'm a huge baseball card collector. I mean, my wife hates the fact that I take up rooms in the house with them. But if I watch my 9 and my 11-year-old, when we started, doing virtual cards, NFT cards, like watching them just sit there, pound away, buy, it opens your eyes to sort of like the future of this, and certainly how it connects to a younger generation. So we have equity there too. So I would say more to come in that space. We are generally very active.
And Udonis, from your perspective, I'm sure people are always interested in working with you. Have you seen any opportunities, or is that an area you could see yourself getting deeper into?
No, I think for me, I wouldn't say majority, but I would say all my partnerships or relationships are based on authenticity. I have to sit down, you know what I'm saying, and I have to have a conversation, and the goals have to align with my goals. I think the easiest thing to work out with FTX was Sam gives away a lot of money to the community.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That was the easiest thing. So when FTX came to Miami, the conversation went from asking all these crypto questions to, hey, you like to give away money, let me take you to the hood and show you where you can put it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You don't have to look at a computer screen. You don't need statistics. I'm your statistic. I'll show you where your money can go and help this city. So obviously it's a very exciting time to be in Miami, but there's still a lot of little people there that need help. And that was a conversation that sparked the relationship between FTX and myself. But for me, it's got to be authentic, and it's got to align with my goals. Everybody knows I'm born and raised in Miami. I'm a Miami kid. 3 championships. So much has been given to me, from that city. But with that, to whom much is given, my mother always said much is required. So I have this platform to do so much for people that I grew up with, provide jobs for people that I went to school with. I've hired people's moms, so I've helped so many people. So the opportunity for this partnership with FTX really just aligned with my goals and who I've become. I've pivoted from a basketball player a long time ago. I'm still on the basketball court, but it's like the shepherd and the sheep. You know what I'm saying? The sheep out front, they young, they agile, they athletic, and the old shepherd leading from the back. And that's me. You know what I'm saying? So I pivoted to the shepherd and let the sheep lead from the front. But my true passion right now is, impacting my city. You know what I'm saying? Beyond the game of basketball, I've gotten rings. That was fun. You know what I'm saying? But I just have a new vision and a new passion now. And for me, it's authenticity, it's relationship, it's loyalty, and it just aligns with everything that I'm about.
I appreciate that. Just a quick shout out to your program, UD Kids. What you do for them. I had the privilege of participating in that, and just had such a great time with that program that you put together.
Yeah, affordable housing. We've just done so many things, and through the partnership with FTX, it's just continuing to get bigger and better. It's just growing, and for me, that's probably the biggest ring that I can get. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, that city means everything to me. You know what I'm saying? My grandmother's still there. Everybody that I grew up with is still there, and it sucks sometimes to be at this big platform and see the people that you grew up with and that you love so much struggle. So I've gotten this platform, and I've been able to change that, and it started with FTX.
I love it. Sort of.
Oh, thank you.
All right, I'm going to jump to some questions that I got from Twitter, so these should be a little interesting. The first one, kind of for everyone here, we touched a little bit about DAOs, but when do you guys think we might be able to see a team or a league, being owned by a DAO? Is that possible? Do we have a rough timeline on an estimate on a ballpark on when something like that could happen?
Listen, I think anything's possible. I can tell you that, from baseball's perspective and probably the other major sports, when you have an owner or somebody that buys the club, they have a civic responsibility to the local area, not only the area, as you talk about the city, the fans. There needs to be transparency for that, which is very important. You need to know who it is, who owns it, what type of people they are, increasingly transparent. So I think, a little that's hard for us to envision for us now. But if I look to some of the up-and-coming sports, let's take esports, for example. Let's take lacrosse as a possibility. There's different opportunities there because there's a need for funding. There's a different structure. And I do think that, if you're going to see something, you'll start to see it in that space first. But listen, people have come to us and said, hey, I own 5% of a club. Can I sell it to a DAO? Today, no. But again, anything's possible in the future.
Great.
And I would just say, I think that we will see a greater variety of deals with DAOs. I think that fractionalizing ownership is an interesting concept, but I just think there are so many other types of deals that are mutually beneficial, where DAOs kind of have a real life interface and real world impact. And I think that that sports will actually help facilitate that.
Any thoughts on DAOs?
I mean, there was about a year and a half ago, we were having kind of deeper conversations with the U.S. Olympic Committee and some of the IOC, the International Olympic Committee members, around how these particular Olympic sites are selected, right? Whether it's going to be in 4 years or 8 years, who is a part of that process, why or how does a particular subset of the population, is that vote real? How do people have like real ownership because it's their home? They have the economic rise or downturn post-Olympic Games, and then everything associated. So I think transparency is obviously really important, and crypto can provide those rails and platform to give people a vote, but people still have to go and actually do those things. So governance is something that's been around for a very long time, and I think it's even in the U.S., we've got all this population of people, but still only a fraction of that is out there voting. So we want to make sure that people are incentivized in a certain way that they know is going to impact them, and they feel like that vote can actually change the way that they live to lead a better, more fulfilled and happy life. So,
Agreed. So this next question here, also from Twitter, for UD and Apollo. What's harder, winning a gold medal or a championship, or finding the next 10x startup token, NFT, or whatever?
For me, the next token for sure. And it ain't gonna cost you an arm and a leg either. You listen, the championship, you work hard and you really you put everything into it. But I think with this, obviously, this is just a different. This is not our playground, and you really have to surround yourself with people that are educated in this area. And you have to be a sponge, and you have to learn, and you can't be afraid to ask questions. And for me, once again, you can't just jump at everything. Yep. I have a few NFTs that I purchased, and I had asked a lot of questions about what do I do and how do I purchase this one, and sometimes it's beauty and simplicity, and I just started off with buying things that I liked.
Yep.
Forget about trying to spend a bunch of money to gain a bunch of money. Just start with what you like. So I got a Frenchie named Marlin. I named Marlin after the Florida Marlins, no disrespect, after the Florida Marlins mascot, but I'm still a fan of baseball. But after the Florida Marlins mascot, I got a Frenchie named Marlin, and we speak the same language. Nobody bothers me. He sits there, and he don't bother me, and I don't bother him, and I love him to death. And so my first two Frenchies were the fancy Frenchies.
Yep.
And I bought about 3 of those, and those are just something that I like. So for me, when it comes to those kind of things, I just try to keep it simple. I look at things that I like, and I take interest in, genuine interest, and that's how I start. For me, I'm not great at that part of it yet, but I'm getting there.
Is there anything that you take away from preparing, training, and being great as a basketball player into this new field?
Teamwork. Teamwork. You got to have a good team around you. I think that's very critical. I think everything that I've been able to do from now is because I've had good people around me. At the end of the day, I'm a basketball player. Anything outside of that, I got to learn it. Somebody's got to teach it. Somebody's got to be patient with me. Somebody's got to take the time. So you definitely have a good team around you. So besides me doing some research on my own, I'm very comfortable leaning on my team and having them do some research as well. And when you talk about these different groups of people that's coming up, who have they worked with in the past before you? You don't want to be the first one. You might want to see if they worked with somebody else before you get your ass out there and put your name on it. You know what I'm saying? Right. So who have they worked with before you? What are the history of these companies, look like? So things like that are very important. Those are things that I lean on people around me that are way more smarter than me, but they're very patient with me.
It's great. And Apollo, what's harder, being?
I mean, they're very different, right? I mean, I spent 15 years of my life.
That's Twitter for you, man. I didn't ask this question.
Very different.
But look, I mean, crypto it's incredible, right? It's engaging, it's loud, it's noisy, it's buzzy. But I think generally speaking, people want to help each other and they want to educate the community. And whether you're someone who is a notable figure publicly and you want to get in the space, you can now engage in that discourse in real time And people are more than willing to pick up the phone, have a Zoom call, and communicate to help that education train coming. So this is unprecedented what's happened in the past. And I think it's awesome that we're seeing more and more notable figures around the world participate in this space. We need that. We need more education. And as the space grows, it will mature, and you'll see different iterations of where and how people are spending their time, energy. I loved what you said around, we've got all these great kind of success stories in our space and in our vertical. And as a part of that, the underlying kind of great do-good mentality is very powerful for the community. So when you want the top-tier stack of cultural shift and phenomena on the most successful companies in crypto that trickle all the way down to people who don't even know what crypto is, but they're being impacted because of that, that's when we know we're actually doing a very, very strong, going outside of the natural recursive model that crypto currently is in today, and we're helping to solve real-world problems. Because let's face it, many projects, if they disappeared tomorrow, they wouldn't affect the person in a different part of the world, or a person that maybe lives nearby your house. And so how do we impact them in a way where, yes, we all want to be high performers, we want to win, we want to do very good, and we also want to deploy that in a way that we can help others learn and break free from an old legacy-based system, perhaps that has handcuffed or chained or paralyzed that person's personal growth in certain parts of society. And crypto, in my opinion, is a part of that conversation and answer.
Great answer, great answer. And we're almost out of time here. I just want to ask one quick question. Also, this one came from Twitter to my friend Dom over here. When Lewis go fast?
Well, Lewis is fast. He's always fast. He's a 7 times world champion, and he's sadly not yet in a car that's making him as fast as Max or Charles or Carlos or Lando or the others. But I mean, it's a development race. Formula One is the most difficult technological sport on the planet, and you make one tiny little false avenue. If you go down with your design in one area that's not absolutely perfect, you have a big penalty on the racetrack, and we're coming from behind, I have to say. But George is doing well. He's in the top 5 every race so far, and that's great for, thank you. And yeah, we'll don't lose the faith.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Well, excellent. Thank you. Thank all 5 of you for being here today. Really appreciate your time and insights. And thanks everyone for joining us. Means a lot to me, I'm sure to the panel as well. So thanks again.
Thank you.
So that was a really interesting, amazing panel. And next up we have Better Business in the Bahamas. Who lives in the Bahamas here? Anybody? Oh, wow. Is anyone thinking of moving to the Bahamas? Cool. So this should be a really interesting panel for you. Maybe it'll help you make a decision. Deltec is also in the Bahamas. They're sponsoring this room, and they're really the first movers in digital and crypto. And they have a table outside where you can get a card and potentially win an NFT. You just scan the QR code. So I will now introduce the panelists. We have Rhonda Eldridge, Aya Allen, Chester Cooper, Tanya McCartney, and Ryan Pinder.
Good? Yep. Well, hello, everyone. Isn't it just awesome to be here? And I hope you know why it's better in the Bahamas now. So I'm Rhonda, and I will introduce my fellow Bahamians. And yes, I am a Bahamian. So it's wonderful to be here to share with you this wonderful industry that is growing in our country. So I will do a quick introduction of everyone, and I will ask them to give me a word or a phrase that embodies what is happening right now in our nation. So first we have the Honorable Chester Cooper, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Tourism, Investments, and Aviation for the Bahamas.
It's transformative.
Awesome. Next we have the Honorable Ryan Pinder, QC, Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. One word or phrase.
Progressive innovation.
Awesome. Then we have Tanya. Tanya I've known for many years, and she's the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of the Bahamas Financial Services Board.
I'd say collaborative.
Awesome. And then finally we have Aaliyah, who is a partner at Graham Thompson Attorneys.
Oh, only one word?
You could use a phrase.
Pragmatic and deliberate.
Awesome. So we're going to take you on a journey of why it's better business in the Bahamas. And we would ask we don't get through everything, feel free to reach out to anyone or reach out to the office of the various ministers to ask questions. So we'll start with you, Minister Cooper. We're going to talk about a little bit about the investment environment, the policy, and the climate. So give us an overview, just a general overview of the investment policy for digital assets and the tech business and some of the incentives.
Well, let me firstly say that when we came to office, the Prime Minister sent a signal to the world that we are open for business. Since then, we have been charting a course to make it easier to do business in the Bahamas. And we've been very deliberate, we've been very focused, building on the framework we have in terms of regulations, in terms of our legislative environment, our strong infrastructure that's already in place. And of course, we have a strong tourist industry,
right,
which should not be underestimated things to do. An environment that's absolutely pristine. When you bring it all together,
most
it
definitely.
works in
And I
harmony.
would think we would want to be known more than for the beauty of our nation, but the talent and passion of our people as well in terms of what we do.
Absolutely.
So give us a little insight on the framework for investments in the Bahamas.
Well, one of the things we try to do in Invest Bahamas, now the Bahamas Investment Authority, is to be very transparent and to be very quick, to be innovative, and be very responsive to the needs of the investment community.
Right.
When we do this, it creates energy, and this is an exciting time in the
Indeed.
Bahamas right now. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to be involved with this process, to oversee the investment growth. We're seeing significant investment growth at the moment. The crypto business and digital asset industry generally has brought new energy. We've been able to pivot our already established financial services industry into doing this business, and this is working very well for us. The economic impact is significant, and we see great opportunities for our people as well as our country as a whole.
Awesome. And I guess, being the Minister of Tourism as well, what do you see as the synergies between fintech and tourism, and how those things can really bring great value to all stakeholders in the community?
Well, when we talk about being transformative, we don't just look at this as an opportunity to build an industry that caters to the outside world, but we want to build an industry as well that Bahamians would benefit and participate in. Tourism is bringing 65% of our gross domestic product at the moment. We want to diversify. We promised in our blueprint for change that we are going to bring new industries, and we're well on the way to doing so. The infrastructure that exists for tourism, whether it's a lovely hotel like this, would also be suitable for business travel. In terms of the digital wallets and digital payments, this is also suitable. We want this to be an industry that benefits Bahamians as well, jobs and opportunities and linkages. And I think we're seeing this happen in a very harmonious way.
I think the one question that would sort of bring up then is how do you see access and opportunities for investments in the country if you're looking at something holistically for everyone? You talked about diversification. Can you expand a little bit on that, please?
We want the Bahamian people to create wealth and participate in the industry as investors, not just as employees, not just as providing linkage business, but also we want to build capacity, and building capacity in terms of providing services, but also creating wealth and participating as investors in this business.
Awesome, thank you. We're going to now move more into the legal and policy framework, and we're going to ask Minister Pinder to expand on these areas for us. What are the objectives of the digital assets policy? Can you just give us an overview of what you have there?
So for those who wouldn't know in the audience, last week the government of the Bahamas publicized a policy white paper on digital assets to set the framework of how the country looks at its approach in this sector and in this industry. As many would know, the Bahamas have been trailblazers in the digital asset industry for a number of years now. We issued the first central bank-backed digital currency in the sand dollar. We were progressive and innovative, using the terms that I used before, in developing a regulatory framework in the digital asset and the Regulated Exchange Act, which created the licensing and regulation for the sector, which was novel at the time. This was end of 2020, and it was novel that we would come and put that framework together. But I think as a country, we were very well placed, and we had learned from our history, as the Deputy Prime Minister said, in financial services, in which one, we knew the benefit of having to be nimble and having to be reactive to a changing marketplace. But secondly, we understood that the integrity that comes with having a regulated framework was actually a very attractive thing for a fast-growing industry, and especially for those participants in the industry that were the good players that a country like the Bahamas are looking for to be here and to be part of what we are in the country. And I think that was very innovative, and it certainly was very progressive by the regulator, the Securities Commission of the Bahamas, in order to be able to advance that framework and give the comfort to the international environment of where we were and where we were heading. And the policy white paper is just in addition to that.
Right.
And it spelled out some clear frameworks of where we're looking to go. Certainly, as the Deputy Prime Minister said, we're an investment-friendly and a business-friendly jurisdiction. But I think the international community, it's important for them to know that we do have an overarching policy to attract business in this space. One of the things going back many of years that the Bahamas, and I'm sure Tanya will speak about this, that has been to our benefit is that we have been able to be nimble, and we have been able to be reactive, and we have been able to be innovative, but we've also been able to do it in a way that protects the jurisdictional risk that may exist when you go into new areas, and new areas that are new in regulation, but also new areas that some may deem to be higher risk than others.
Right, so when you think about those things, I mean, one of the things I would say that catapulted us into international recognition or notice was the DARE Act. Can you give us some insights on that act and how those things, why, I have had so many questions, and I remember when Tanya and Aaliyah did the presentation, I think Christina as well, I went online and I was just shocked at the number of people who were literally just focused on that. So give us a little bit on the DARE Act.
So on the DARE Act, what we were looking to do is to put an envelope, a regulatory envelope around, at the time, all participants within the digital asset business. So certainly we had a licensing regime for service providers, whether that be an exchange or whether that be another type of service provider, such as a digital wallet provider. And we wanted to have a licensing regime for those types of businesses doing business in the Bahamas. But secondly, we wanted to also have a framework for coin and token offerings. We would, at the time, that was a rather hot commodity. We would see a lot of different tokens and different coins being offered as a public offering in the marketplace effectively. And what we wanted to do is also capture that framework within the legislation so we could properly have a regulated offering of tokens and coins, which I think was rather novel at the time, for sure. And so when you have large players and good players in the industry looking to do business internationally, and especially with respect to banking and other financial services, the regulation to hold yourself out and say, I'm regulated in the Bahamas, which is an IOSCO A jurisdiction from a securities point of view, it gives you a lot of credibility. And it gives you credibility in the marketplace. And I think internationally we're regarded as certainly best practices when it comes to securities regulation.
And then how do you see us differentiating ourselves from other jurisdictions that have similar types of regulation or legislation?
Well, I mean, I don't know what other jurisdictions have similar type of regulations. I think we're actually probably ahead of the pack in that. In fact, you know, just a month or so ago, you saw the United States and President Biden issue an executive order effectively to try to put in policies of what we have done as a country over the last 3 years. So I do think we are a trailblazer, and we're actually ahead of the international developments in this. And we look to be able to amend and to shift the legislation and the regulatory regime as the industry shifts. And you know, that is one of the key features that would differentiate a country like the Bahamas from other countries who are trying or have put in legislation. One, we're experienced in shifting and reacting to international environments with respect to our legislation and our product offerings. We've done that for many generations now. But secondly, being a small country, a nimble country, having a progressive government, and certainly a visionary prime minister, we have the ability to put legislation together quickly, put it together based upon consultation and industry best practices, but put it together reacting to where the industry is actually going.
Right.
And I think that is a fundamental difference between the Bahamas as a country where to base your business, because you know you have the attention and the swift response from a regulatory and a legislative environment to react to the changes that we're seeing. We anticipate in the coming months to have some amendments to the DARE Act that we will put and table and pass through Parliament that will react to some of the new developments that we're seeing in NFTs and DeFi and other key changes that are at the forefront of the digital asset industry.
Right. And so, of course, you know, when we talk about, and I would think this particular segment of the conference, we're looking at more institutional players. And institutional players are always saying, we would love to embrace the new industry, but of course, they're saying we are regulated. And we need to make sure we stay within a framework where the regulations are following the investments that we're making. So on that point, what type of regulatory reporting and crypto reporting do you see, or what do you expect to see in the industry?
Well, you know, that's a very good question. You know, we are monitoring certainly international best practices on a daily basis. Those here in the industry would know that different institutions that impose regulatory frameworks on you, such as the FATF and OECD and EU, and these other multinational institutions try to create rules that others are supposed to follow. Now, it's fundamental that the Bahamas, as a good regulatory environment in a country that is progressive and inviting business, also remains itself compliant with international best practices. And those international best practices seem to be changing by the day. But we're reacting to that. In fact, those who have had the opportunity to read the government's white paper, and I encourage everybody to go ahead and take a look at it. It's at the Office of the Prime Minister's website. You would note that we have definitive provisions and goals and policy statements with respect to keeping compliant with international best practices. But not only that, we've created in that policy framework a digital advisory committee, which is made up of industry experts and industry participants from within the Bahamas, and it's a committee that I, as Attorney General, chair, but it's made up of private sector persons, and I'm pleased to announce yourself and Aaliyah are on that committee. And I think it's very important to say that, because that committee is tasked with monitoring the international environment, monitoring what the obligations of the country are going to be, and providing a policy and advisory recommendation to the Digital Policy Committee, which is actually a committee of the highest elements. It consists of the Prime Minister, the Governor of the Central Bank, the Executive Director of the Securities Commission, the Financial Secretary, and myself as Chairman of the Advisory Committee, to implement swiftly and attentively these developments that we're seeing around the world that are developing, whether it be through the OECD, FATF, or other international best practices that may come. So the Bahamas is committed to, one, having nimble regulation, but having regulation that's respected, and then remaining as a jurisdiction in good stead with the international environment.
Thank you so much. It was just really very informative. So we're going to shift a little bit to Tanya now. We're going to talk about the digital assets, business, and financial services innovation. And so maybe tell us a little bit about how we got here, Tanya. I mean, not physically here, but how did we as a country get to where we are today?
Thank you for the opportunity to share a bit about our journey. When you asked me to describe the environment, the word I used was collaborative. And I would say to you that what differentiates the Bahamas, I believe, from other jurisdictions is this shared commitment by policymakers, the regulators, and the business environment to create an enabling environment where business can thrive and grow. And it is from that space that we saw the digital assets business evolve and become what it is today. I recall back in 2017 where I had some members of BFSB come to me and say, you know, there are some opportunities in the financial services space for us to focus on fintech, look at digital payments, there are entrepreneurial opportunities, smart contracts, and they listed all of these opportunities and said, we need a regulatory framework. Well, actually, they said to me, we need a regulatory sandbox. Well, you know, we then reached out, as is a normal course here, because we have access to our regulators, and I see Christina right in the front, our executive director from the Securities Commission, and we began the dialogue around how we might create a framework to regulate fintech, but to really seize the opportunities that existed in the space. And we didn't agree necessarily on how that would play out, and you would note that unlike some other countries, we didn't take the sandbox approach, which some of us felt was the approach that ought to have been taken. And we decided that we wanted certainty. And there is this dialogue, there is accessibility to regulators and policymakers that I believe creates a business environment where people, especially in this fast-paced, evolving area of digital assets business, will find very attractive here in the Bahamas. And so collaboration, and we actually consulted with all of the relevant regulators, not only the Securities Commission, but the central bank. We met with policymakers, and the regulator took a very deliberate and measured approach. And sometimes those of us in business can be a little bullish. But there is this healthy balance, and the general view was we don't necessarily want to be the first out of the gate, but when we do this, we want to do it right. And we engaged experts, we talked to industry, and I think it is that healthy dialogue and that accessibility that really makes the Bahamas attractive. There's real collaboration.
And I can say I've seen that over the last few days and over the last few years of just being in this space and getting a feel for what's on the ground. And Leah and I speak almost weekly about what's going on. And there is collaboration because you have to have one voice. So when we talk about that one voice, how important has the public-private sector partnership been in the development of the digital assets business? I know you have the innovators and the bold thinkers coming forward, but tell us a little bit about that experience.
I think it has been critical. So what BFSB, the Bahamas Financial Services Board, for those of you who do not know, it really embodies public-private sector partnership. Our primary mandate is to create a greater awareness in the international community about what the Bahamas offers by way of financial services. But we also serve as an advocate for industry. And so to the extent that our mandate is something that the government and industry invests in, I want you to know that public-private sector partnership really underpins everything that we do in the financial services industry. And we see that playing out not only as the legislation evolves, we're being engaged as the amendments are being put forward, new rules are being put forward, and industry is engaged in that, but also in the promotion of the jurisdiction as a digital assets hub. We were recently in New York. We'll be in London next month. Not only the business, but policymakers come along with us to outline the framework and for us to say why this is an enabling environment.
Right, and I happened to be in New York. I came to the event in New York, and the title was this 360, and it was great to see other areas like insurance part of that discussion. So where do you see crypto, the crypto business, falling in terms of the value proposition the Bahamas presents to the world?
The AG touched on this. He spoke about our history of being an innovative jurisdiction. I believe what we're seeing in the digital assets or the crypto space really builds on or further extends the Bahamas' capacity to be and what we have shown ourselves to be as an innovative jurisdiction. The Bahamas was the first common law jurisdiction to introduce a civil law foundation. The Bahamas has innovated in the investment fund space, the Icon Fund, the Smart Fund. And so this really is a continuation of the innovation which serves as a key plank of our value proposition as an international financial center.
And of course, you know, I've got lots of questions for the BSFB because I think it's important for us to get to the market what we do, not just in terms of promoting it, but marketing it in the right way with the right words and a narrative. So tell me a little bit about, you know, in terms of what you do with BSFB, what are the engagements that you see with the international service providers and the advisors, and what feedback do you get from the DARE Act? Because, you know, we can present something to the world, but of course when you go out there, people have thoughts on maybe some things that don't really work, or you can tweak it, or you need to revisit that. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, you know, the Bahamas, because we are one of the few jurisdictions in the world that has actually defined the regulatory framework, I think that places us in an advantageous position. So what I hear from service providers as we engage with them internationally is that the certainty that this jurisdiction provides is something that's attractive. And after New York, I can tell you there was tremendous interest into what the application process is. There were questions as to why did FTX choose the Bahamas? And we were able to outline the value proposition, and critical to that, like I said, is the certainty that the regulatory framework provides.
And I would tell you, when the news broke of FTX, I was getting calls, and I was, you know, I would call Ali, and I said, okay, I'm going to give you some names, and, you know, I phoned a few other lawyers, because there was great, I don't know if you want to call it celebration, but after what we had gone through as a country, this was something that, it was just one of those things that it was time for us to really rise, and this was something that was wonderful. And I said that to FTX today. So how would you describe, you know, you talked a little bit about the international environment, the business environment, but we come back to home. How is this impacting the business environment here?
Well, I would say, you know, we have a very mature financial services industry. We've been in this space for a very long time. We are pioneers in the region. I like to say we're probably the premier jurisdiction this side of the world. And I think it's forcing the traditional banks, perhaps, to look at business models and to see how they can embrace what the digital asset space offers. And so I think we are seeing some business models change. I see opportunities. We identified entrepreneurship. So there's a tremendous interest among Bahamians as to how do they fit into this space and how they can access this space as well.
Yeah, and that's I think very important, because I would think that when you think about inclusion and access, and particularly financial literacy, it should be for everyone. And we should not just be the tourist part, we need to be that business part as well. So in terms of everything that's been discussed, many of you may be asking, well, how does it all happen? What do we expect if we come to the Bahamas? What's the process, right? It's great to have this theoretical view of what's going on, but what will I be experiencing? And so, we discussed over the last week how we are going to really present this to the world. And Ali and I are now going to move towards discussing high level the digital asset system. And for those who are wondering, what should I expect? We hope we can get those answers to you. So how do you, in terms of the digital assets business, fit into the ecosystem that exists in the Bahamas, given its historical and continuing significance as an international financial center?
Well, as all of the panelists here said, the Bahamas has been an IFC of significance for many years. That has been built on the back of an incredibly strong fiduciary toolkit. And it is that toolkit that is serving us extremely well, serving our clients extremely well in the digital asset space. So for instance, in the Bahamas, you have a very flexible corporate vehicle called the IBC. You have the private law foundation that Tanya mentioned. And we are seeing in our practice clients choosing to, for instance, incorporate a foundation with an underlying IBC to facilitate token issuances. We are seeing clients look at foundations and other fiduciary entities like the executive entity to facilitate DAOs. So there are a lot of interesting use cases for our toolkit. And one thing that you're able to do in the Bahamas that is unique is you're able to do absolutely everything here. There is no jurisdiction that I'm aware of where you can bank as a crypto business, where you can launch a crypto fund. For instance, we have a smart fund where you can incubate a crypto strategy either as an emerging manager or if you're an established manager and effectively want to create some sort of track record and a strategy that perhaps is new for you. This is the only jurisdiction where you can also, in the context of that, we have first-in-class trusts and trust legislation. We have an incredibly skilled trust administration workforce, and that expertise is really deep in the jurisdiction. So clients really get 360. They get the full picture in the Bahamas and we're able to service all of the clients' needs, including moving them to the Bahamas, getting them work permits, and I really do think that there's no other jurisdiction like it, and we're incredibly well positioned for the future.
Awesome. So can you walk us through the setting up of a business? What's the process? Okay, someone contacts you. Just give us maybe, because I know I'm looking at the time, give us maybe baby steps through the process.
This is very high level. I had the misfortune of going after two ministers. So very high level, we have we encourage, and indeed the commission encourages a pre-application meeting. We would also suggest that if you're a significant business and want to sort of move operations here, that you meet with the Bahamas Financial Services Board and with the government. It is an open door policy, and they are always, you're able to get that kind of access, meet with them and understand the business and regulatory environment. You will also engage with service providers like lawyers. And although I like to think that we're the only sort of shop in town, we have an incredibly deep bench of talent in legal services in the Bahamas. So you have your choice of service providers. They will do their due diligence. They'll help you collate your application. That application includes due diligence on beneficial owners. The CEO compliance officer is applicable. It includes information on internal policies, like cybersecurity policies, which are incredibly important. you know, it also, you also have to submit a full business plan with 3-year projections. So that's really just sort of high level. And of course, you have to have AML policies which align with the Commission's rules, well, recently issued rules for consultation. Once those become final, digital asset businesses will have to comply with those as well.
Okay, we seem to have a bit of a cushion, so I'm going to, do you want to, oh, I'm sorry, were you finished?
So I'm not finished.
Oh, just watching the clock. Sorry.
So once you sort of get to the Commission, and I have to say, the reason I chose pragmatic is because we've been in this space since 2016, 2017. That coincided with the ICO craze. And at the time, we had a lot of clients or persons coming to us, asking what the regulatory environment was like in the Bahamas. And the Bahamas is one of the only places that you can approach the Commission and get a letter of no, at that time, before DARE was even on the horizon, and get a letter of no objection in a relatively short time frame. And we were able to do that for a handful of clients, and certainly we didn't take on all inquiries. But for a handful of clients that were willing to interact with the regulator, that was certainly an option and provided that regulatory certainty. So the Commission will give you an approval in principle under DARE, and then you'll use that to approach the Bahamas Investment Authority, which is under the DPM's portfolio as Minister of Investments. And now you're able to get a letter of no objection in a streamlined fashion, and also to get your other ancillary approvals, and then including immigration approvals, and you're off to the races. Obviously that's highly truncated, given the time.
But I think we get a good feel for what is happening and what to expect. And so what are the key advantages of creating economic substance? Can you speak to that?
I can speak about what we see as the risks in not creating economic substance. So the Bahamas introduced legislation in 2018, which basically requires that certain activities that are carried out by corporate, by international business companies and companies at companies, that they demonstrate substantive business ties to the jurisdiction. What that means is that they have to show that they are incurring relevant expenditure, that they have people and premises in the jurisdiction that align with the economic activity that they say that they're doing from the jurisdiction. Otherwise, you create potentially unfunded tax liabilities, you have risk of audit, penalties and fines, whether it's in the Bahamas or in your home jurisdiction, that you're saying, well, we're tax resident in the Bahamas, but we have no substance. That only applies to relevant activities, and for the most part, most of crypto activity would sort of be out of scope, potentially, but you have things like headquartering, and so if you want to create a headquarters, that requires substance. You also have services business, you have intellectual property holding, so all of those sorts of things in commercialization of IP, all of those sorts of things you have to ask your legal advisor really to assess what your company is doing and how much economic substance you have to create. From a regulatory perspective, although the Commission does not have minimum physical presence rules, I think they're also approaching it pragmatically. They recognize that they will need to have regulatory oversight, and I don't want to step over on what Ms. Roll will address sort of on Friday, but I think we're finding that the approach they're taking is an incredibly flexible one, although bearing in mind that regulators need oversight.
I agree.
So, and we want to be a well-regulated jurisdiction.
Yeah, and what I'd like to sort of go full circle, not full circle, but we want to circle back to the minister. So we've heard all of this. Sounds awesome, right? What do you think we offer for investors?
Firstly, I would invite everyone to read the white paper and the policy. Secondly, I would invite you to consider that the government is committed to this industry, not just in word, but in action. We will establish a crypto desk at Bahamas Invest to help to facilitate new investors that come to our shores, and so that they can truly see the value proposition that we offer. The expertise abroad, as you can tell, on the panel today. We do have those professionals ready and willing to help to navigate the environment, and the government is firmly committed to the growing of the industry.
Awesome. So there you have it. I don't know if anyone has any last words that we wish to share. I think it was a great overview.
Well, I mean, I think it's important as we close to, and especially for those in the room where the Bahamas is relatively new for you. You're looking at different opportunities for your business and looking for jurisdictional options for your business. That you don't be hesitant in trying to explore and to see what the Bahamas has to offer. You know, we are a jurisdiction that as has been said, have a lot of experience in welcoming businesses to do business within the Bahamas. And frankly, I don't think there's another country in the world that has the open dialogue and engagement with senior policymakers. And as we develop the regime on a continual basis, day in and day out, you know, feedback from those in industry is important as we develop policy. Not saying we're going to take all your feedback, but feedback is absolutely important. You know, and it's a good example is the white paper that we released. You know, that white paper was circulated amongst industry participants and the regulators no fewer than 2 or 3 times for comment before it was issued. Now, we didn't take all the comments, but we took enough of the comments to have a well-rounded position. And I think that's an important leaping off point as we conclude today, that this is a country that is open to collaboration, open to input, open to advice, and open to framing the best system that we can to invite business to do business within our borders.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ministers Tanya and Aaliyah. And we hope we've answered all your questions. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Way to go.
So that concludes the Trusting Disruption stage sponsored by Deltec. You can still win NFTs if you go to their table in the Expo and Lounge. And see you all tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.